Daniel. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the York County Board of Commissioners. We would ask everybody to rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning and welcome to everybody. Once again is the York County Board of Commissioners meeting for August 8th. Roll call, please.
Brooks.
Present.
Bear.
Present.
Ziegler. Present. Sykes.
Present.
Present. Open meetings law is posted on the south side of our chambers. It is in the hallway outside of our chambers, also on our new and improved website. I hope everybody's had a chance to see that. Proof of publication is in the newspaper August 3rd and also on our website. Next up, we need to review and approve the minutes of the July 25th Board of Commissioner meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Bear.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Overmeyer.
Yes. Adopt today's agenda, gentlemen.
Move to adopt. Second.
Any other discussion? Roll call.
Brooks.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
Overmeyer.
Yes. Officials Forum. Morning, Harv.
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick update. We're still blading roads, hauling gravel, hauling rock. Bridge on Road 20, that project, the bridge construction is complete on the bridge itself. They now have to do the dirt work on it. Then they can come in and do the guardrails or the approach rails to both bridges. Then they have to seed it before it will be done and out of our hair. And the last 2 weeks, they did not get a whole lot done except cleaning up the site and getting the bridge stuff moved out. And that's kind of where we're at on that end. So,
Are we open on that, Harv?
No.
Or neither one is open until that's, okay.
they will do all the dirt work at the same time. And then after the guardrails are put up, then we can open the thing up to traffic at that point, because they can do the seeding when it, or after that when it's available. So.
How did we hold up? I know that we were sheltered from the moisture for quite a bit of the summer, but when we finally got some, it looks like we got product out on the roads. Did the roads?
The thin
The thin again?
showed up really badly. This goes, well, it goes way back in the past, but the immediate past, we had a dry winter. We had a dry spring. That was pulling the rock off the road, breaking the gravel, loosening it up, so you was losing your gravel layer base was coming loose, and it was never getting put back because we never had any moisture to get it embedded back into the road. So our hard rains come, that does our roads wonders because it packs them. Then we have the 30-hundreds.
Yeah, the mister.
And they're nice and soft. It does the crops fantastic, but it does a horrible job on the roads, and they come loose, and then the thin spots show up horribly. And that's what showed up. Some places semis ran down them when it was nice and soft and early before they started drying out, and them roads looked terrible. They did not go deep, they didn't go 6 inches deep, but they were sloppy on top. And that's where you just need more material out there to keep working it back into your roads, so.
It looked like I take my evidence on what I see drive downtown and that obviously we've seen dirty vehicles, but not near what we've seen in the past.
Well, we keep trying.
Mud dripping off of them and everything, so I didn't get any calls, so I
There were a
assumed
few, but not terrible.
not too bad. Good, keep hauling that.
We keep
And
working.
we have a 9 o'clock with the motor grader, so I
Yes.
assume you're not going anywhere.
Absolutely
I assume
not.
not. Okay, any other questions of Harv's, Mark? Thank you, Harvey.
Harv, don't forget the culvert on G Road. Tell them about that.
Any other officials this morning that would like to talk? Public forum then. Anybody from the public that would like to comment at this point in time can do so.
Willard Peterson, 514 Road 13, York, Nebraska. But I'm a proud resident of the Bradshaw area. It's the Postal Service's fault that I have a York address. Anyway, I don't know, some of the comments I'm gonna make are more or less on here. Will I have a chance to comment during the budget session?
No, that's not open.
Okay, well then I'm gonna do it now, whether I'm supposed to or not. I want you to remember when you're, working on that budget session, you talked many, many times about how the employees that you do have in this county are great, and you're not wrong. They are great. They do deserve some compensation. I know the problems you're gonna have this year with money and budgets and so forth, but I just want you to remember one piece of money that wouldn't, it's called, I think, ARPA, that everybody's talking about. And you already made a motion that you're not using ARPA, like to compensate some of the employees that you were thinking about during the COVID time, but you still could use that ARPA funds for some of that. And I would be suggesting for a one-time thing. So as far as helping out with salaries a little bit as a one-time, so it wouldn't compound your problems that you're gonna have every year after this, because you know you are. So anyway, just wanted to remind you of some of those things. And they replaced the culvert on G Road because he wouldn't talk about it, which is just a mile from me and a road I use a lot. And if I talked about that, I'd get started talking about the railroad and you don't wanna go there. But anyway, we appreciate that, so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willard. Anybody else from the public that would like to comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll work down on the agenda. There's no need for an executive session or general assistance cases. Next up is the vendor claims. The only change that I'm aware of is in there's a change of name. It's written down as Spectrum. It should be, the billing has come from Charter now. So that's the only thing. The amount's the same and everything. They've been one and the same for a while, so apparently that billing has changed. But other than that, everything is the same.
We did have a hefty medical bill in the jail, it looked like.
Yep.
So
And we
that
had
continues.
to a detention center in Platte County also.
And there's $100,000 for capital construction under Visitors Improvement Fund for unlimited play, what playground? or-
That is at the Minks Park. That is the final payment of the $300,000 that the commissioners okayed for that, yeah.
Thank you.
There was one, and I apologize, I didn't get this asked before the meeting, but, there was one that voluntary term life, and it was under a fund name not on file.
Oh, that probably needs to be changed.
Yeah, I wonder,
Where's that at?
it was 218, it's 218, it was under the 911 maybe? Yeah, it's under the 911 emergency management, 218-00, just above 653-00.
Oh, this is she was an employee that no longer is an employee with us, so we had to reimburse her voluntary life.
Mhm.
That's what that
Very
is.
good. And yeah, the only thing that caught my eye was just that
Yeah,
fund not on file, but
right. Because that's our 218 account is how we reimburse employees.
very good, thank you.
Daniel, that was permits construction.
Okay,
That was permits.
perfect, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any additional?
No additional claims, no, just that name change.
Move to approve the vendor claims
Thanks,
and
Jack.
payroll.
Thanks, Jack.
Second?
Thank you, Stan. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Sykes,
Yes.
Bear,
Yes.
Rhodes,
Yes.
Ziegler,
Yes.
and Overbaugh.
Yes, okay, there is no funding transfers that's required at this time. Next up, then we will meet with OPPD. I'm not sure who's all gonna come up. I know that just the one, Brad, are you Brad?
Yes, sir.
Name and address for the record, if you would, please. And if anybody else from you wants to come up, they sure can.
Very good. Well, thank you, Chair. And as you stated, my name is Brad Underwood. I'm from the Omaha Public Power District today. Our address in Omaha is 444 South 16th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to be here in front of you today. I have a few prepared remarks, but primarily I'd just like to have a conversation with the board in the way the board sees fit. So I'll ask an administrative question. Is the 3 minutes pretty firm, or might you give me?
No, you have more.
5 or 6?
That's just in the public forum, so we have a 9 o'clock, so that's 20 minutes.
Okay. I will
I don't know if
print
we'll
that.
get done by that, but there may be some questions from the board for you. too.
Okay, very good, thank you, sir. So I'm here with a few of my colleagues, but my title is Vice President of Systems Transformation, and really that's a system planning function. It's also a function we have at the Omaha Public Power District where we're bringing new technologies in the energy industry onto our system. So having been raised in Nebraska, it's a great honor for me to serve my family and my friends in the public power space. And public power is a very special piece of Nebraska. And so I've enjoyed that for about 10 years now. In September, I've been with OPPD. Prior to that, I was with a large energy infrastructure firm. We built energy infrastructure throughout the country, primarily an engineering and construction organization. And during that time, I actually lived in New York. I was here about 30 months, lived just east of the library. I was a newlywed at the time, and so I have exceptionally fond memories of York. I'm not sure if that was my new wife or York or both, but it was just an exceptional time in our lives, and it's great to be back. I introduced OPPD a moment ago, and we've been around since 1946. We're part of the Nebraska Public Power System that's been ranked in the top 5 for affordability and reliability for a long time, and we've worked very hard to keep that up for our customer owners here in the state. We provide retail electric service for about 400,000 customers, and so that's about the size of our 13 county service territory. A lot of the service territory is rural. Most people think of Omaha Public Power District as Omaha, and I understand that, but we serve all the way south to the Kansas border, and a lot of our 13 counties are rural. And so it's a great honor to serve those folks. We have about 1,000 megawatts of renewable resources on our system. They're scattered all throughout the state, mainly in northeast Nebraska, but we've got a little bit in central Nebraska. And one of our handout kind of lays that out for folks if you're interested in kind of where our generation facilities are at. Recently, we've been working through Saunders County, which is another primarily rural county in our service territory, to advance solar. And I'll talk a little bit more about our acquisition of the EDF project here in a few moments. But we've learned a lot working with our counties. Our counties have given us really concise feedback on a few key things that they'd like to see happen. And we're happy to share that with you all as we continue these discussions in our community conversations, or today, if it pleases the board. So we're here primarily to talk about our acquisition of EDF's former project, K-Junction Solar. We acquired the entity basically, but it is, we bought two things. We bought the land leases, the voluntary land leases that some of the landowners near McCool Junction have entered into. And we bought the ability to interconnect to the transmission system. Those two pieces are highly valuable. And in a time when our state is asking for more of our public power utilities via more electricity, really at a record pace, That's been a really important acquisition for us. So we made that acquisition, and I was talking with Ms. Olson here, my colleague, and we were talking about how do we engage the county. And so the first thing we did was we came out and we told y'all, hey, we bought it. And that's a testament, I think, to our spirit of transparency. We were quick to be out here. We were quick to share what had happened and why it had happened. And some of you have been a part of those conversations, and maybe some in the room haven't. But we tried to be out here promptly to address our acquisition of the facility. It's about a 300 megawatt facility. 310 is our initial preliminary engineering estimate. It comprises about 2,800 acres. So if you're wondering, how many land leases there were, it's about 2,800 acres is my understanding. And right now the project's in its infancy, and we're going through what I would call some technical due diligence, some analysis. What do we have? What engineering work has been done? And that's kind of one track. And the other track is the community conversation. To be out here, to be present, to share what's going on, to share what we're trying to do, and maybe why we're trying to do it. And then have a conversation with the community on how does the community feel about this? Are we excited? Are we concerned? Is it both? And how do we address those considerations? And those are some of the things we've learned from the other counties that we've had these facilities successfully deployed. So we're excited. We're genuinely happy to be here. Thank you again, Chair, for the ability to testify in front of the group today. We also understand that York County is reviewing the planning and zoning regs. This can be a very difficult process. It really is. It creates unique circumstances. It creates unique feelings, either an excitement or concern. And so we want to be a resource for our community, just like we've been since our conception in 1947 around. We've gone through this before. We have thoughts and preferences to offer, and we can help the county kind of orient themselves to what is happening, maybe in some ways that we hope that you find are useful. And so that's primarily why we're here today. OPPD, NPPD, Perennial, all the public power districts in Nebraska really work well together. Sometimes it's public, sometimes it's behind the scenes. So when we operate the system behind the scenes, there's an extraordinary amount of coordination, safety, keeping the lights on, and the list goes on. And so we're always working together. But I did want to state briefly that there's no change to anybody's service. Perennial Public Power District is still the provider. NPPD is still operating and owning the transmission system out here. So none of that is changing. And what we're proposing today is there a facility over the next few quarters that we could interconnect to that system that we think is important for Nebraskans and could be good for the community, doing it the right way. So my final comments here before I close briefly is one of the lessons that we've learned is we know the tax payments are a significant piece of this for the communities. And the communities that, specifically Saunders County, that have been able to advance these projects in the way the county wanted them advanced, that met the needs of the utility, have received tremendous benefit, both financially and from construction jobs. And they've really seen an injection in their community that otherwise many of them would say that they didn't otherwise foresee. And so I did want to state that we don't see any changes to those tax payments. A few moments ago, I talked about how the project's really in its infancy, but we know that's important to the community. We want to hold that posture, and we think we're going to be able to do that. And so I did want to be a bit proactive and maybe address that from our perspective. And so thank you for a few extra moments, Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions during the meeting or maybe after. So thank you for the ability to speak today.
Well, first off, I'd like to address the fact that, obviously we have a fair amount of people in our room that we've seen here in the past, and they would appreciate a Q&A time. That's not here.
Okay.
The questions for you today will come from the board, but I know that others would like it, whether it be in the hallway outside or an informative meeting or something in the very near future. Obviously, in small community, small county, it spreads like fire. From the first meeting that you had to today, and then people, if you don't give them the information, they tend to kind of go with their own.
Sure.
So I would highly recommend that happen in the short order, because I know they have questions of you. You talked about the power needs, and since you're taking over this project, some people think I don't have enough to read, so I was forwarded an article that you made the Omaha World Herald about the power needs of these data centers and different things like that, and what you guys are up against in that supplying power to all kinds of things. And I'm sure this is part of a piece of that for you too, having some renewable energy. The one thing that I know is going to get brought up, and I'm just going to address it right away, is with you being a public utility entity, the power of eminent domain is going to be out there. And that word scares people. It makes people mad. And I think assuring people right away that you have no interest in anything like that would be a positive.
Yeah.
Because that just doesn't go over very well. It has been in this county, and it just isn't good. So I wanted to get that out there right away too, because I know I've heard it already.
Sure.
I don't know if you have anything more to add. I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the guys here, see if they have any questions. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I have a couple of remarks that I hope
Okay.
would be helpful.
You bet.
You rightly noted the article in the World Herald, and I don't know that everybody has seen that, but if you haven't, it effectively surmised the largest and fastest growth in OPPD's history. So it is a tall task for my colleagues, our staff. It is very, very difficult to give the community what the community is asking for. Some of that is data centers. Some of it's not. So we tend to talk about customers kind of in three buckets. And it's primarily related to how they use the system. But residential customers, you're in your home, your apartment, whatever it is, you're taking a certain type of service. Commercial customers, you're running a business and you're offering a product to the community, and you're going about your commercial business. And then industrial customers are really those large manufacturing at scale where the demand for energy is quite different than residential and commercial. All three of those classes for us are growing. Nobody's not growing. And so it's an exciting time to work in power delivery. It's a sobering time. And data centers get a lot of the attention, but I just want to be clear, it is not all data centers. And so I hope people are hearing that from us as we're out and about. And we don't control what the World Herald writes. We provide them information, and they run their paper. So anyway, that relationship has been good. And then as it relates to eminent domain, landowner rights, usually along with the tax payments, are kind of center mass to this discussion. And so I appreciate you, Chair, for bringing that up. What we have acquired is a project where you have willing landowners. This is what they'd like to do with their land. And so I think there's a profound beauty in that. You want to grow hay, you want to grow row crop, you want to grow solar, whatever it is, you're the landowner, you get to decide. And so I think from an eminent domain perspective, it doesn't really factor into that discussion because of the willing landowners. And then I would make kind of a broader comment around eminent domain where we have infrastructure. All the public power utilities have infrastructure all over the state, and many people don't see it or think about it, and I think that's great. We don't want them worried about their power. But if you were to look at that infrastructure and how it's built, we constantly are acquiring easements or parcels or right-of-way, whatever it is, and our group does a really nice job of collaborating with the community. So much so that 97% of the time, approximately, we don't use eminent domain. It is a minority amount of our land acquisition rights, land acquisition process, and coupled with the fact that we have so many willing landowners who are what I understand, excited about the project. I think it's good to, kind of summarize it in that way, but we certainly hear the concern and we validate it, so. I hope that was helpful.
Thanks for the comments. Anybody else have anything this morning? We got a few minutes before 9 o'clock yet.
So you said tax payments are important, and they are. I mean, we have to have revenue to fund whatever services we're gonna provide within the county. So the way the structure is now, I'm a farmer, I'm getting whatever dollars I have per acre for solar. Does the public power entity change that, or is it still falling back on the landowner and just like it always has been?
Yeah, if I understand the question, sir, I think I would surmise it maybe in this way. If a public power district owns the land and the facility, then the tax payments are moot at that point.
Right.
And if a third party develops and owns it, then the nameplate tax in particular is relevant to the conversation. And so you rightly surmise that if I followed you. What I'm offering is that there's no change to how the project has been proposed. So just because a public power district has acquired the rights to a potential future facility doesn't mean that we're going to own and operate the facility. That would be part of our due diligence process that we're going through. And as we go through what's the best way to deliver this project for the community, we would certainly be very focused on any sort of payments in and out of the community and recognize the community's feedback in that regard. So it's very early. And that's one of the challenges with being transparent quick, is sometimes you may not have the answers that everybody might be interested in, but we found it's better to say, this is what's going on, this is why, and then we're here for a community conversation about how best to do this.
I'm gonna follow up with that. So just to kind of clear it up a little bit, maybe in my own mind and maybe for some others, if OPPD should decide to own and operate it, then the nameplate tax would go away.
The legislation does not require public power districts to do that. Yeah.
And then with the landowner, the landowners that have entered into the agreement,
Yes.
I know there was some that had buyer's remorse, if you will. Having taken over, I know that there's been some conversations with landowners. Has there been any thought if landowners decided, you know what, I'd rather have not signed up, being there was a ownership change, has there been any thought of allowing some of those to opt out of their contracts if they so chose to come to you and say, hey, you know what, I want out?
Yeah. So in a spirit of forthrightness, I'm not aware of those conversations, but if we had somebody that maybe had questions about their lease or wanted to have that conversation, we would sit down with them and talk through why they're feeling what they're feeling and answer any questions they may have, and then we see where that conversation goes. But that's consistent with the public power values.
Sure. And then during some earlier conversations, it was stated that, and you brought this up, of 310 megawatt,
Sure.
and that's what this project has been engineered at or whatever. There was some discussion on, we are working through the zoning regulations. Setbacks and whatnot have not been set.
Sure.
There was some discussion on if those setbacks shrink the amount of land that you currently have leased to where you could not get the 310. that you would expand, that you'd want more land, I guess is where I was going with that. If you needed that extra land and you didn't have the willing buyers, would eminent domain be something that you'd have in your back pocket that you would be willing to use? Or would you commit to not using that and only going with willing landowners?
Yeah, I think the facility can contract for any number of reasons. A landowner, for whatever reason, doesn't want to participate, and we would have to evaluate, what was the agreement that was signed and the nuances there, or setbacks is another good example. It shrinks the size of the facility. And so as a practical matter, as all of our customers are asking for more electricity, we have to go replace it with something.
Sure.
We need a lot of electricity for our customers. And so, again, I don't have anything more to add to my comments that eminent domain is a wildly infrequent evolution for us. I don't anticipate using eminent domain on the facility because of the willing landowners. But again, the facility is in its infancy, and we're trying to understand what kind of engineering work has done and not been done, and how do people out here feel about the project.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
Do we have more guys? We do have our 9 o'clock, and I was gonna say, if we're almost wrapped up, we'll wrap up, but if not, we'll switch to the 9.
Sure,
Do you
I
have-
think I'm done.
Stan, did you have anything that you
Well-
wanted?
To clarify things, the landowner would pay the real estate tax on the property.
The land, this is my understanding, we have maybe an expert here that can be sharper than I am, but the parcel is not changing ownership. And so it stays on the county tax assessment, yeah.
And then who would pay for the equipment that's on it, tax on it?
I would call it a purchase power agreement. If we partner with a third party and they deliver the project and operate it, then it would be that third party.
That would pay the personal property tax?
The nameplate tax, and so before the acquisition, it would be EDF. If it was a different provider in the future, it would be that future provider.
It's a little bit fuzzy answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not quite sure who would pay for
So-
the equipment that's on the solar panels that are on the parcels.
Yeah, can I make another run at the answer for you?
Yeah.
Okay,
please.
so if Public Power District owns and operates it, then the nameplate tax is not required. If it's a third party, which in this case before EDF, it was EDF, it would be that third party. So if we partner with another entity to deliver the project, which is how the project is proposed, and there's no changes to how it's proposed, it would be that entity that's paying that.
So that other third party, whoever that is, would pay the tax?
Yes, sir. Yep. Hopefully that's more clear.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I have a couple of questions, but we're past the time
Okay.
limit, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
Brad, don't go away.
Understand.
How's
sir.
that sound? We're gonna go to a 9 o'clock, we're gonna purchase a motor grader here, but we'll get you
Okay.
right back up here direct.
Okay, very good.
All right, thanks,
you.
Brad.
You bet.
Okay, it is 9 o'clock, and we do have a discuss and act on opening bids for motor graders. There's 2 bids today. Welcome back, Harv.
Thank you.
First one is from NMC. Somebody from NMC here today?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there he is there. Okay, I assume this is on page 2. You got a highlighted number of $349,100. That takes into effect that there is a machine, where are we at? 140 all-wheel drive motor grader for a purchase price of $389,100. Less a trade-in for a 772G for $40,000. which leaves us with the 349,100. That is an extended warranty of 5-year, 5,000 hour, and there is a parts credit along there with $8,000.
So what's the net then?
389,
349.
349,100.
Right.
And that was for the cap. Murphy? Is there several of them in here?
I just made a copy for everybody.
Okay,
They're all the same.
once again, I'm looking at page 2. This is for,
Just the very front page. It's got the easy numbers on
Machine.
672 GP. Machine price $399,831. Trade-in allowance of $53,000. So the price would be $346,831. And if each of you would like a couple minutes to talk, you sure can.
it. Yeah, I can go first.
Go ahead.
Couple things. I'm Jake Reba from Murphy Tractor in Grand Island. Nice to meet you. I've never seen you before, so welcome aboard. The best thing about our bid today, this grader's in stock and ready to roll. So we got it. I believe it's in Lincoln or Omaha, but same thing we always got. It's got the 5-year full comp warranty. It's got the lifetime JD Link. I kind of talked about that at our bid last year. So all the machine tracking, everything's all included forever. I believe it's the exact same machine and size we sold you guys the last time too. So like I said, the good thing about it is we have it. That's rare. I would say it's kind of lucky, but for the times we're living in, so. I guess if you have any questions for me,
The warranty is on the back page is a 5-year, 10,000 hour.
so we have the 5-year, 5,000 hour warranty, full comp, no bills, no nothing. One thing Deere offers too, I don't know if I brought this up last time, but every single John Deere construction piece from here on out comes with a 5-year, 10,000 hour DPF assurance. A lot of brands out there are having DPF problems. We're having very good luck with not having DPF problems. So Deere has decided to put that warranty per se on there for free on every machine. Kind of a big deal. But, it's got the premium circle, so you don't have to fix the circle. You don't have to shim it. You don't have to have downtime messing with it. We've had that out for 4 or 5 years now, so had really good luck with that too. But yeah, I think that's.
Any other questions for him?
Elaborate for me on DPF.
So your DPF's like your stuff for your DEF, your DPF diesel particulate filter.
Perfect.
So what that does is that's what cleans the exhaust.
Yep.
So everything since 2014 has that. Trucks,
Yep.
semis, tractors, whatever.
Yep. Perfect. Yeah.
Nothing we can do about it. Everybody's got that now. So.
We all hate it too.
Yep, exactly.
They didn't ask us to vote, did they?
Nope. Well, they say now the stuff coming forward, the tier 4s and tier 5s and tier 6 engines are gonna be so clean that they won't need it, supposedly.
Wow.
When that comes out, who knows? The government will have some new regulation
There you go.
at that point too, so don't get too excited.
Any other questions for Jake?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Travis? Or this isn't Travis?
Joe.
I was gonna say Travis is on here, but you didn't look like.
Travis has other obligations, so Joe's filling in.
Joe's filling in. All right.
All right, so
This machine's coming with 5-year, 5,000 hour Premier, bumper to bumper, basically. $8,000 parts credit, and then a 7-year, 3,500 hour CVA, which is filter boxes that we send pre-made, has all the filters for each service in it. And that is 7-year, 3,500 hours.
And the one thing that I did not read is availability of this machine.
October and November, is what I was told.
Okay.
And I think he's got that in the bid here as well. Yeah, end of 23 or first quarter of 24.
Okay. And so you're saying yet this, obviously this year?
Should be, yep.
Should be. Any questions for Joe?
The one's John Deere, what, is yours a John Deere also, or what's yours?
Cat. Yep.
I know that I've probably asked this before, the parts credit, remind me how that works.
So you'll have an allowance in there for when you do come in and need parts for it, you'll
Sure,
have
and that can be
$8,000
for
available.
whatever, any piece of equipment.
I believe so.
And the filter, the 7-year, 3,500 hour, filter, that's just set. It's not we don't have to buy the filters each year.
Right. They send it to you, so we have product link on there, which triggers, the next kit that's coming out, and when they send in the SOS samples, which are fluid samples of the oil.
Okay.
Are we good? Harv? You're gonna, I assume,
I will.
typically look through this and
Absolutely.
come back and give us a recommendation?
Will do.
Just for budget purposes, this would be out of this year's budget, and what was put in there was $350,000, for budgeting price also. Yeah.
I was hoping we'd come in last year, I think they were a little bit lower. And I was hoping.
Everything.
It shows up the way the customers use it. And we have a lot of customers using it differently than they have in the past for transportation, electrification. Some people use it for storage. They have power walls and all sorts of different things. And so however the customer wants to use the system, we build the system so it's there when they want to use it. And I think that would be you ask a very good question, and that's a high level answer to your question.
Well, it's an answer that you can't answer because you can't control the weather. I just seen some pictures, I think one of the other council persons up here showed me, of hail damage done to the grids. They had to replace all the panels. So,
Yes, sir.
while that project was going through, there's nobody getting electricity out of that particular aspect.
Sure. You bring up another great point, sir, if I may, where the grid in Nebraska is prone to a diverse set of disasters, quite honestly.
Even dust has to be washed off of those panels.
I understand, sir, there's dust, there's floods, there's lightning, there's hail, there's tornadoes, there's high sustained winds that aren't tornadoes. We need a hardy system. And so for this particular facility in general, there's a catastrophic risk assessment that we would evaluate the exposure that the facility has, and we would incorporate that into the engineering to mitigate the impacts. Now, we're going to get hail. We're going to get hail. Are we going to get hail that's 150 miles an hour, which is my understanding of maybe the facility that you're referencing that took damage? At 150 miles an hour, that exceeds the wind category that a substation is rated at. That destroys a substation, it destroys a whole bunch of things. And so I think it's important to acknowledge the fact that we're going to get hail, that we engineer for that the best we can. We have operating conditions where we'll stow the facility in high winds. We have a profile of the panels that we prepared for the impact of that system, and we do the best we can, but we rebuild a lot of infrastructure. Sometimes people see it, but most times they don't. And we pride ourselves in doing that, and so we understand that risk, and there's different risks for all the assets. If you have an asset that's water intensive, a generator on a river, we are fighting floods. We are fighting running out of water because of low water levels. So Mother Nature, if you will, it does a little something to everything we got, and we prepare for it, and that's part of the diversity of the infrastructure that we operate. But this particular facility in general, we have a growing exposure to what I would call on-peak energy. We need more resources to serve that peak, right? So if you think of shoulders and head, right, that peak jumps up, comes back down at the end of the day. And this facility and others like it really shore that up effectively. And we prepare for the disasters that we know will come. Thank you for the questions.
Any other questions for Brad? Last one I have is OPPD is a standalone right now on this project. You know, I've heard the MPPD get floated around and, you know, as you was trying to explain the nameplate, you're talking about a third party.
Sure.
But the way the project stands right now, it is owned by OPPD and OPPD only.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yep. And, you know, I would say just, I characterized how we operate the system. We have constant coordination between entities. We're all interconnected. I think, sir, I took the tone of your comments with, you know, the Eastern Interconnect, which is everything east of the Rockies. It's all tied together. There's no walls, there's no segregation. You're all interconnected. And so as a part of that, we are heavily coordinating back and forth. And we talk about partnerships. Very, very common. Is there a shared objective here? Is there a shared solution, and what does that mean for us? And so I'm sure the teams are already talking about that sort of thing, and I'll probably hear more about that as the teams advance the project. But right now, we're the only owners, but we would welcome any of those conversations. That's fairly normal in our business. Yeah.
Okay.
And we're only talking electric power, we're not talking water that's gonna get piped to Omaha or someplace. It's just a power project. It's not a water or some other entity that another department or city or would use.
Thank you for asking the question. 100%. OPPD has no authority or interest in water, moving water, maintaining water, managing water, zero. I'm not quite sure but I'm glad you asked it. I think I underreacted to one of your first comments, Chair, and I just want to be clear. We'll be out here as much as you'll have us. We don't want to bother you, but we want to be available and we want to answer questions. And one of the biggest lessons learned is to, in the other counties that we've been in, for whatever it may be worth to the committee here, but to go methodical and slow through the zoning and regs and make it transparent and talk about the trade-offs. What is reasonable, what is unreasonable, and why? And I hope to be as much help to the county as we can be, knowing that it's a county process, and we certainly respect that. But we'll be here. Many of you are very familiar with Dustin, and you'll probably see more faces and names, and I hope we'll be helpful.
Well, and we appreciate you coming. But as I started with, it's not just us, it's the people that's sitting behind you, the people we represent that you really need to be in communication with. And I know you have already, so that informational meeting or something set up to where you can get them together and talk to both sides, in my mind, it's going to be as helpful as can be. So, and no other, you do have a question?
Yeah,
Okay.
one more. I mean, right now it's OPPD has this. You don't have the third party for the boilerplate name kind of thing. So right now, as it stands, what are the benefits coming back to the county?
Sure.
The property tax isn't property tax because you own it as a public property kind of thing, or a public entity, not a private farmer or somebody that's paying personal property tax. So what are the benefits that are going to come back to the county because OPPD has this project? I mean, it seems to me you're going to connect this to the R line that OPPD's building, that transmission line that's going through the 12 to 14 counties, and then that'll take it into the southern power district kind of thing, and then over to you guys. But how will York County benefit?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So there's no change to a third party owning and delivering this. So what we've done is we've acquired the facility because we think it's easier for the communities to have a conversation with the public power district than it is some group they don't know from some area of the country, they don't know where they're at. And so we saw an opportunity here, we seized it, and that's effectively why we're here today. But it's proposed that another entity would deliver the project, and that's where you call out the payments to the county. So my memory is not what it used to be, so I'm gonna read them. Approximately 1.24 million in new property tax revenue each year. Approximately 27 million in new revenue to the McCool Junction Public Schools. More than 43 million in new property tax revenue in York County over the life of the facility, which is estimated to be about 35 years. If you just wonder how long a facility like this goes, about 35 years. 130 million in direct construction investment in York County, primarily during the erection of the facility. 54 million in multiplier effects. So when people come in, this is Reaganomics, cascading economics, where they spend their money and that person spends the money and that person spends the money. And so that's what it's estimated at. And so there's just candidly, a robust benefit to the county in that, and there's no change to that. We're going to advance it, honoring the way the project was originated. And we'll be out and about talking to everybody in the event there's some issue that comes up. I hope that was helpful, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Thanks, Brad.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Very good, sir.
Okay, next up, before our 9:30, we got 5 minutes, so discuss an act on new corporate manager application for Henderson Fuel Stop. You got a copy of it, mine's slowly loading. Thank you. And this was a manager change, I believe, at the Henderson Fuel Stop, Inc.
And we just did that a couple of months ago with a different manager.
First name Julie, last name Smith. Yeah, I guess managers come and go. This one just happened a little bit quicker than we've seen. All right, finally loaded. Any questions regarding this, gentlemen?
I move to approve.
Thank you, Stan.
Second.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Bear,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Sykes,
Yes.
Ziegler,
Yes.
Overbaugh.
Yes. Okay. And Harv. Got a couple minutes for the board equalization, so you was able to look through everything?
I did. Both attractive bids. Like them both, but I can't buy them both, so I guess what my recommendation is to go with Caterpillar. And the biggest reasoning is the $8,000 parts credit brings it down to $341,000 is what we're gonna have wind up paying it. So my recommendation would be we go with Nebraska Machinery for the 140M Algo.
Okay. Any questions of Harv while he's in front of us?
Two questions. It was the parts credit and the filter credit that I saw
Yes.
as well. No problem, we'll use the 8,000.
Oh, yes, and it can be
Easy.
used on whatever. It
Yep.
does not have to be used on this machine. It can
Right.
be used on any of them.
Yep. And then, have we had that filter option before?
Yes.
And it works pretty good?
Works fantastic.
Yep.
When they come in and they do their service, they do this oil sample, it triggers it, the next CVA kit shows up, all the filters are there for your next service and your hours. It works fantastic.
Cool. About like, so 7 year, 3,500 hours. What do we put on them? Maybe I should know that, but I don't. Do we get the full 7 years? I mean,
No,
okay.
we will run out of the 3,500
Yep.
hours first is what we will do, because we put roughly 1,000 hours a year on these
Okay.
machines.
Perfect. Thanks. I think you like to have a mix.
Yes,
Bought a John Deere last year. You're recommending a Cat this year.
yes.
We've got the parts credit to help bring that cost down if we're looking at costs as closely as we can this year. We've gotta look everywhere, so I guess I'm on board with the Cat.
Meaning,
Want a motion? I'll make a motion that we purchase the 140M, is that correct? All-wheel drive Caterpillar road motor grader.
Second.
thank you, gentlemen.
You
I
want
would,
to
if you know what I'm thinking.
amend that to say that we will purchase this from inheritance fund,
I would,
inheritance tax fund?
yes. Stan, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to purchase the Cat, and seeing as how we are early in the budget process, and this was something that the budget committee did pick out of his, that it's a good idea to put it and have an idea where we're gonna pay for it from. So we have that coming out of inheritance. Any other discussion?
We have budget authority to spend that tax that way. It's-
Right, correct. Yep,
There's some
it's,
background.
inheritance tax is unrestricted, we can,
Any other questions? Roll call.
Rhodes,
yes.
Bear,
Yes.
Ziegler,
Yes.
Sykes,
Yes.
and Overbaugh.
Yes,
Thank you.
thanks, Harv.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we are just a
I will give that back to you guys.
freckle past 9:30, so we will recess as county board right now. We will jump into the Board of Equalization, and I will call for the roll.
Rhodes,
Present.
Bear,
Present.
Ziegler, Sykes,
Present.
Overbaugh.
Present. Open meetings is posted on the south side of our chambers. It's in the hallway outside of our chambers and also on our website. Proof of publication was in the News Times August 3rd and also on our website. Review and approve the minutes of our July 18th Board of Equalization meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Rhodes,
Yeah.
Ziegler, Sykes,
Yes.
Bear,
Yes.
and Overbaugh.
And adopt today's agenda.
Move to adopt. Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Bear,
Yes.
Sykes,
Yes.
Ziegler, Rhodes,
Yes.
Overbaugh.
Yes. Kurt,
Gentlemen,
good morning.
good morning. Kurt Goldring, our county assessor. Have a number of tax list corrections here for you. These are a result of a protest that York Town Estates filed on their, or appeal they sent to Turk on a protest they filed here at the County Board of Equalization, I believe it was last year, or actually it was a couple years ago. And visiting with the county attorney's office, we came up with a settlement, settled that, which I informed you of. Here, this is just the final end of it, correcting the tax list for that. So that's what all of those are. I believe there's 14 of them maybe, so. I think you have the copies up there, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And everybody should have had those to review those. And just for information, these Yorktown Estates are housing that's up by the new ballpark. It's up tucked in behind it, just to the south and west of the new
South of
ball.
it, yeah, like behind the old Mahoney House area over there. so.
Yes, I can't think of what street is up off of Wisconsin maybe or something up there.
Either, but it's, yeah, it's all very.
So that's where they're
similar
at,
looking.
just in case you wanted to know.
And it's a section 42 housing is what it is, so.
And seeing as how it's one entity, we should be able to take this in a motion to correct this. It's not separate entities, it's
We'll
one.
do one motion.
Right.
Unless you want to make the clerk happy and.
One motion is good.
Okay,
And this was an order that I received from Turk to do this, so you really need to do this.
right.
My question is, why were you so far off?
I don't know how the previous assessor got to their determination on it. When I took over in January, it was one of those things where what in the world are these? And so I reached out to some of my counterparts across the state. They sent me a spreadsheet on how to calculate these things, or certain method how to calculate them. The rent restricted housing, or section 42 rent restricted housing committee meets in November to set the cap rate. These entities already had to file their income information with the state. We'll get from the state then, I think maybe in August, September, the information that was sent to them. And then once that cap rate is set in November, then I can go through and start calculating what their value is gonna be.
So section 42, explain that.
That is rent restricted housing, so it's, these entities like Yorktown Estates, they send to the state their, what their income is, and, you know, so their income expenses for owning these properties. As it is low, it's like low income housing.
So is this like a HUD housing kind of
I don't know
project?
that it's really HUD, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole thing too, so, but, I do know that there's a lot, they have to go through the state first, through some vetting, and then it comes down to us. I know there was one entity last year, it might have been this one, when they sent in their information and I plugged it into my formula, it came up with a negative value, which that's, I don't think there's, I've seen those places out there, nothing over there has a negative value, so, but then you can also go ahead and find a comparable, like you guys did here a couple of weeks ago, and then put a value on there, so. But yeah, there's a rent restricted housing committee, that's a statewide committee that meets several times a year that comes up with a cap rate to determine what we should tax these folks at or assess value at on these, so.
And I think what we did was the former assessor, I think we valued them like normal.
I believe
Right.
so.
Like it was normal John Doe living in the home instead of being on this subsidized housing.
Any of you guys in your homes, right, which they need to be valued, they can be valued differently if they request to be, so.
Is there, because the state and they're filed that way, et cetera, we don't get anything from the state to help out on the property tax
Like an in lieu
side?
of?
Yeah,
Not on that, we do on homestead,
sure, yep,
but not on this.
right, yeah.
I think we would have probably seen that reflected in the budget revenues over the years too.
Right, sure.
Do we see that in the budget, like with homestead, like, or is it just a receipt that we get, like a state? Does it specify out homestead? And I know we can figure out.
As revenue.
Right, yeah.
So they're a quirky little beast, but there's a need for them too.
Right,
So
yeah, exactly.
there'd be a lot less people in our communities if we didn't have them, so.
Move to accept tax roll corrections as presented by the York County Assessor, number 14-23R through 27-23R.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Gross.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
Overmeyer.
Yes.
We'll be receiving the centrally assessed values from the state this week. They have to send that to me by August 10th, so I'll get it by Thursday for sure, start plugging away with that information. And we'll be sending out certified values to all the political subdivisions next week. well, that's a July calendar, but next week, or technically due out by August 20th, and that's on a Sunday, but I'd rather have it done before that. So middle of then next week, we'll have that out for everybody, including you guys. So
Thank you, Kurt. Anything
then the
else?
fun begins.
You bet. Well, it's already begun, Kurt.
I know, I got the emails.
Good.
I'm good, thank you.
Communications working. All right. We will adjourn as the Board of Equalization, and we will jump back up to the Board of Commissioners. And next up is discuss and act on adopting a resolution to approve county inventory. You should have had all that sent to you. The inventory process starts just shortly after the budget process starts in June, and we ask everybody to turn in their inventory, and then Mary goes through it all, I believe, in the clerk's office, and this is the result of that.
And everybody has to sign everybody's inventory. So before you leave,
We'll be here for a while. We'll be able to pass it around. Any questions about the inventory or the process or?
Well, who determines the values? Just,
we send the inventory out to every office, and what they can do is what they purchased their product for, or like their desk or whatever, they can go in and find their, what they paid for it, and that's how they just determine that. The
Great.
towers and stuff, we go through the emergency management for that. And obviously the buildings, however much, like the new building out at the Benedict that the roads department just built, then we go off of how much that cost to build it.
you depreciate it as it goes along then?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is all based on cost?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
And I see the bottom of that resolution that I sent you. Do you want that? It was like, I think it was talked about storm damage of that 200,000. What's that last paragraph?
So, this one here.
Yep. That's what we did last year. So that's what you want to keep that as.
I think,
It's an unknown.
right, it's an unknown, and it definitely would exceed 200,000, so I think it's probably, I think that's
What else can you do?
right, yeah.
And this is by resolution, right?
Yes.
It's by resolution.
Motion to adopt a resolution approving inventory of York County property.
Thank you, Daniel.
Second.
Thank you, Stan. Any other discussion?
Just really points out, this is a pretty big entity when you're
Yeah,
talking
I guess.
$24 million.
It shocks me.
stuff To make the county operate.
Roll call, please.
Gross.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, next up is discuss and act on audit engagement, budget and audit engagement letter for Rieger, Carr, and Monroe. I will point out that the audit
She did.
letter that was sent out is just the audit that will be performed. Where it's unclear as of right now whether we'll need a single point audit or in the changing of the main driver. If it's the main driver to have a single point audit is solely the ARPA money, then we can do something that isn't a full single point audit. You know, so if that is the main driver to get us to that $750,000, which would create a single point audit, then we can do I cannot remember what it was called, but it was a compliance with the ARPA money. And so we're not clear if we'll have to do that yet or not. We will have to do something, because undoubtedly, this last year, we spent more than that 750,000 with what we did with the gravel and
Sure.
capital projects. So we'll have to do something, and once it gets looked into, then it's probably gonna be the compliance. So that little piece of it's open. The rest of it is the normal audit and obviously the budget procedure that is taking place right now.
A minimum of 7,900 up to 9,450 the cost of this audit.
I think that's just the budget.
The audit should be like 18,000. Let's see which one is in front of me here. This must be it
Yeah, this might be just, the one that was presented to us might be just the budget.
I just got the audit
Okay,
one
so
like
the audit one
yesterday.
just came in yesterday, and we didn't
Okay.
forward this on.
Yep,
Okay.
sorry.
So the engagement, the letter that we have, in our online packet for
Is the
that
budget.
79 to 94 is for their assistance in
Budget.
creating the budget.
Yes.
And then there's an additional engagement for the audit, and that's what you've got.
And I'll pass it around, and if we want to, so you guys can all look at this, I'm trying to find where the fee is. I know we're budgeted about 18,000 on it. And if we want to hold off and on this one, because the audit is not yet, you know, that will take place
Right.
later, we can do that one in a couple of weeks also. So let's take up the budget one first.
Those numbers disappear and they're pretty easy.
Yes, they do. $18,000, there it is. I circled it back on page 4 or 5. So anyhow, any questions of Regier Car in Monroe?
Now, do they have a tie to NACO? And that's how we connected with them?
No, the Joe Clay used to be an employee for Countryman, and Countryman was in the Grand Island, Kearney area, and she left them, and through the process of, at that time of looking, we had sent out bids, I believe, to 3, and she landed with Regier Car in Monroe in Wichita, Kansas. And we had sent out bids to 3 others here in the state, and nobody returned anything. And seeing as she was familiar, because she had worked with Countryman, which had worked with York County for a few years, and they were willing to do ours, so we just stayed with them.
A logical chain.
Yeah, yeah, and as we heard at the conference that we attended in June, you know, through the auditing part, that was down, like the state was down to maybe 16 firms or so that was doing audits, and nobody's expanding that part of their business, so kicking somebody to the curb right now may seem drastic for us to do.
I know that there was some, when I was fresh on the board, when we switched to, when Countryman was no longer going to service us, and there was some discussion on whether or not, you know, if we need an outside entity. Being on the budget committee, it is a big process. Could we do it 100% in-house? We probably could. But the expertise of Jill's eyes on the budget, I think it's always been beneficial and has helped in that budget process. So I'd go ahead and make a motion that we accept the engagement letter for the budget with Regier, Carr, and Monroe.
Thank you, Daniel.
Budget including audit and.
Just the budget right now. Budget engagement, yes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Brooks.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Overbar.
Yes. Okay, now with the audit, like I say, if you guys want things out, that did just come in yesterday. If you want to look at it over the next 2 weeks, we can do that. They have once again done our audit for, Jill has, and Regier, Carr, and Monroe have done it over the last few years too. Jill's been with it much longer. We can, if you want to look at that document, we can look at it over the next 2 weeks, and we can postpone any decision on that till then, or we can take it up now. I'm confident in the ability of them and what they've done, and you know, they don't go easy on us, as we found out, which is probably good. They pinpoint exactly what we do wrong, and we try to fix it and go from there. So I'm comfortable with working with them and with her.
I know previous board members have shared concerns on having the budget done with the same person that does the audit, and valid, but I think that's all. I mean, it's been proven that isn't a that we can do that, and like you said, there's not a whole lot of people out there that want to do that. I mean, I think unless somebody would want to hold off, I'm good with go ahead and approving that one as well.
Okay.
So unless I hear objection, I'll make a motion to approve the engagement letter for the audit with Regier, Carr, and Monroe.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Brooks.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Overbar.
Yes. Okay, next up, we have discuss and act professional service agreement, Four Corner Health Department, project number 20. This has to do with, obviously, the project, and this is, I think it's just the chair to sign. Yes, just the chair and then send, and this is, I believe, after talking with Tom, this is kind of the end of the paperwork. Finally, after the 4 items we took care of the last meeting, you know, it seems like there's a lot of paperwork, but then as Laura explained at the last meeting, this is a big project too. This is, you're gonna be around $1 million project when it's all said and done, so, and this just needs, I need permission to sign this professional service agreement with York County and send.
Did I read it's a $10,000, not to exceed $10,000? Is that accurate?
For the administrative.
Can we assume that the county attorneys had the opportunity to look at that agreement?
Did this get forwarded up to Gary? I don't think this one did, get forwarded up to Gary. This was one that, like I say, it's between us and Sen. This pays them to be the administrator of that money. If we want, we can have him look at it. It's typically one that's handed down from the Fed or the state, and typically there's not much we can do, about any of the language in there anyway, but, no, this one did not get forwarded that way.
And this is utilizing the grant funds to
Yes.
pay them.
Yes. This one is totally a flow-through process. It has nothing, no taxpayer dollars on our part.
County attorney's in the room, are you okay with us approving it, or would you prefer to read over it, before we approve it? Thoughts? Sorry, put you on the spot.
So I was sitting here, I was wondering if I had looked at this before and it wasn't ringing a bell, so that's good. Has it been approved before?
No.
No. This is the construction project that's at Four Corners, and this is the agreement between us and Send, for them to.
Is time of the essence for it to be approved in the next 2 weeks?
No.
We'll take a look at it.
All right.
I would make a motion that we, postpone action, pending review from the county attorney.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. And postpone till
What's our next?
22nd.
Yeah,
Okay.
8/22.
So we'll put it back on the agenda for the 22nd.
That should be enough time, correct?
It is right there, yes. Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Gross.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Overmeyer.
Yes, okay, next up is discuss an act on transferring money from the 2411 to the 2413. These funds were funds, that's the federal forfeiture money. And then that's the justice, the difference between the justice, the fund, which is the 2413, and the other holding fund, the 2411. So we have that amount in there of $422.64. We found out through an audit that the sheriff's department went through that these funds had to be separated. And so this is, the sheriff's departments are already done. We just have to take care of the county attorney's funds that he's in charge of. So that is that number right there. So we need a motion to transfer $422.64.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Well, I think there is does that money have to go into that checking account?
Yes.
Okay.
It should currently be sitting in a 2411 checking account. It will be transferred from the 2411 checking account to the 2413.
Roll call.
Sykes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Overmeyer.
Yes. Okay, discuss an act on a transfer of $49,301.16 out of inheritance fund 27 to a tentative holding fund. We're not seeing Megan in the room. This was money that was collected, and she had a visit with Jeff Schreier from the state auditor's office, and it was put into the inheritance, and it should have been into this tentative holding until it's settled. And so now we just need to, because it's sitting in inheritance and we have control of inheritance, we need to make the motion. And did you say this need to be through resolution? So you can cut a check to move it back out. And this is in order to make everything balanced between the treasurer and the clerk's office. So we would need a motion by resolution to transfer $49,301.16 from the 2700 fund to the 9511 fund. Correct? Go ahead, if you have some more comments to make, Megan.
I was just going to explain that. So Megan Williams, York County Treasurer. I was just going to explain that, we had put the, full amount into the, inheritance tax fund, but it should have been put into the holding fund because the order hasn't been finalized yet. So it was an error on our part.
So eventually it'll go back to the inheritance fund?
Yeah, eventually it will, yes.
Okay. Once the order comes in.
Yes.
Yes.
I move we make the appropriate transfers of funds to a holding fund, and then when it's appropriate, bring it back into the inheritance fund.
Yes, by resolution. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Rhodes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Kumar.
Yes, thank you, Megan. Okay, so we did that. Okay, next up,
Might we take a quick recess prior as this next?
we sure can. We're gonna
We're gonna get
we're
into
gonna
the
check
weeds.
back and make sure we have everything done. And I think we do, other than the setting wages and then the budget workshop. So, and a lot of the department heads are showing up, so, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll take a short recess and come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, dear, okay, okay.
Well, this one here now, I'm living at home, so.
Yeah,
Do you have my phone number?
yeah, that'll be.
Well, then I just.
Like I went and checked the road.
Give you a buzz.
Oh, okay,
Daniel, let's get some news next week. Just order.
Yep, we need them before
Process
next
one out,
week,
so.
next meeting.
And they should be just plugged
That
in,
should be all right. I went and looked at these.
Thank you very much.
okay, okay. I just had-
because I don't know that we want the clip on.
No.
See you, Dave. Thank you.
See you, Dave. Thank you. Since you're probably not aware, Stan, I taught that boy everything he knows.
That guy just walked out.
Yeah, Dave,
He said he was Dean Richards' dad?
yeah, no, son.
Oh, son.
Dean Rich was his dad. Or is that what you said?
Was Dean Rich was his dad?
Dad, yeah.
Really?
I said, I taught him everything he knows.
Well, Dean didn't seem that much older than this guy.
Well, how do you say that? How do you say that in a nice way? He doesn't wear his age as good as I wear mine. I think that's what, isn't that right, Daniel? Isn't that what I'm trying to
So he
say?
looks older than what he is. How old will this guy be?
West, I believe.
Oh, geez, I don't know.
You taught him?
When I taught him, I was.
Everybody's listening.
You're not like me, I can remember all those kids.
I remember the kids, I just
I
don't
remember the year they graduated.
I'm gonna guess, I taught him as a fifth grader.
That'd be hard.
Fifth grader, and so when I was teaching fifth grade, I was probably, I was maybe 25 when he was a fifth grader, so he would have turned
And I evidently never got.
25 to 11.
From our own well.
Yeah, 14 off your age now.
Yeah, which was 75.
I don't think
61.
Ron Mobile's the only one I know on that board,
Like I said,
on NPPD's board.
and I'm not lying about my age. Last time they asked me for my birthday, this kid was at South Casey's. The little gal was behind there that's there quite a bit. She looked at that age and she says, boy, you look big for your age. And I took it as a compliment. I don't know what she meant it as. I took it as a compliment.
There you go. I would take this golf with my ass myself. Did she give you a donut though?
What?
Did she give you a donut? Probably not.
Well, I bought it.
They usually don't give anything away.
Well, there's been a time or two though, like a father.
See, our non-emergency lines were down again.
Oh, I missed that one.
I might have just get a drink
This morning.
Yeah?
Sorry for the drink. So they had to wait for the pizza.
They're back up.
Yeah, something like that.
If we're
You
ready.
gotta know people,
Yeah, that's right.
I guess. I don't know.
Oh, that's all right.
Maybe if we all put these like closer to us.
We're gonna get some, we're just gonna get them ordered. We keep spacing it off and we just.
I just didn't know if they're not close, maybe.
I know, it does make a difference.
And just have to remember to speak up it, right?
Well, every come in and complain, he can't hear anything, period.
You know, the problem with this is, like, this is recognized. I guess it comes up on
Okay. And now's the time we're all been waiting for. So, what I'd like to do first is I'd like to talk the budget workshop. It's not to say we don't or won't, but we don't have to set wages today. I know it's typically been done at this meeting, but we're in a little bit slower mode this year because of the projection that we will be part of this joint hearing at the end of September, which, by the way, the assessor, myself and Daniel and Kelly sat in with superintendents from McCool, Heartland, and York, and we kind of had a little 644 postcard meeting and visited about that just a little bit and projections, and we look like we look like we'll be there. We look like York Public Schools will be there along with Heartland, and so we've kind of tentatively planned to have that meeting the 18th of September at the York Public Schools auditorium, the high school auditorium, and that will be at 7 o'clock because state statute says it has to be after 6 o'clock. So that really kind of slows our budget process down a little bit and gives us a little bit more time to work on our budget process. I know it's been going for a while. And so after the initial turn-in, we were up, and the contributing factor to us being up was the actions, obviously, of a year ago, using inheritance tax at the tune of $1.25 million to offset a one-year type of offset, and that is time to deal with that. As I showed some of the elected officials and department heads, as me and Daniel walked around and visited with them on a Friday 2-3 weeks ago, that I had sent an email out September 9th of last year warning that this day was coming, and it came. Projections right now look like we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 900,000 over the lid that we have. Now that is without any lid exemptions in there, and there will be obviously a few lid exemptions that we can use. Lid exemption is something that an interlocal agreement gives us the ability to use. We do have an interlocal agreement with the city of York to run our call center. We also utilize in the previous budgets our ambulance that we fund, and then we have an interlocal agreement also that we will look into, and we will ask for the numbers to come, but we have interlocal agreements for the housing of our corrections outside of this county. And so those numbers aren't put in there yet, but whether those numbers reach that 900,000, kind of remains to be seen. So what I wanted to do today is see what everybody's, I kind of have an idea, but see what everybody else's ideas are. We did go around and we did, as Daniel and myself, if your budget, if you left some on the table over the last year or two, we ask you to reduce your budget down to last year's level. If you utilized your budget, which we've got a couple of them that do, and we ask it not to be over 3%. And they come close, but we do have some areas to work on yet. And so that is what this first workshop is about. I don't think we're going to get all the answers here today, but I think we need to try to get pointed in the right direction. So 2 weeks from today, we have a good idea where we're at and where we can try to make some cuts. And once the certified number gets turned in, and then we really know what type of levy we're talking about and any addition. Right now, if we use the levy off of last year, it was 3.4 billion. So if we raise a penny, we raise $340,000. And so if you look at the 900,000 that we're short on lid, or short on asking, it's 3 cents. And now we have to go back and tell the constituents why we want to raise it 3 cents. A lot of it's personnel. If we take our employee base, we take 100 employees, which we're just over that, and we give everybody $1 raise, just in money alone at a 2,080 hour work year, we're over 200,000 right there alone. And, that kind of eats up that lid. And if you do that 5 years in a row, that's $1 million. Right. So what we have to decide what is sustainable, what works. I know that there's wants. I think we really have to dig in to find out what the needs are. and what is our actual needs. And, one-time purchases like we looked at, and when I say one time, they are ongoing, but one-time purchases, like we did with the motor grader today out of inheritance, those are an avenue also. Do we have other one-time purchases that we see in this budget that we can utilize that inheritance also? Right now, I believe our inheritance is sitting right about 6 million. So last year, we used 1.25 and then it recovered almost all the way back up again. So that is there. But, so everybody realizes, is that sustainable? No, it isn't, because not only is the state legislature after it, but the governor is after it now too. So I think it's time probably is coming to an end at some point in the future, and we'll have to figure that out. Another piece of it is obviously our budget authority. Through the actions of state legislature this last year and through the meeting that we had with the superintendents, they're giving the superintendents an opportunity to raise their budget authority by 6 to 7% is what we was conveyed in this meeting. And it sounds like we will see that happen this month with all the superintendents, all the school districts in the county are going to take advantage of that too. So, but for today, I guess what I'm looking at is some ideas. We have the department heads here. Willard, I hate to single you out, but I'm going to, we have elected officials and department heads. I'm going to ask you guys, if you have ideas, bring them forward, and do that. And we're going to have an open conversation during this meeting. And, we're going to see where we go.
Yep.
And what numbers we can come up with, and then we'll do the crunching after that. I will start with one main one that we were involved with, and that is cash reserves. It seems like we get certain times a year where I get real nervous because we run out of money. We can have the biggest budget in the world, but if we don't have cash to spend, we can't pay our bills. And the cash reserve I did put in at, it's been sitting at 500,000. I put in at 750. So of that million, a quarter of it is in that cash reserve. And I would probably pull that out of there. We have been getting by. That may be something we look at doing an inter-fund transfer from the inheritance over to maintain it, but I would take that out of there and say, no, let's not have that in on that piece right there. Now, if you look at the budget, and these are a couple of them that me and Daniel are part of, the data and the miscellaneous, those have grown, but then again, we've taken some of what's been in everybody else's budget and added to there. In the data, we've slowly got all the computers and everything over there, and in the miscellaneous, we have the other things that have went up that we have taken, say, more of the responsibility on those funds than we do have on the individual funds, like the phone bills and stuff like that. So I would say that would be the first that I would see of the ones that we control personally, is that reserve. I still think we need a reserve because we're talking about more money, and we need to have that. I think we turned the first of the month at roughly 600,000. But as you see our vendor and payroll claims, we have payroll, it's 200,000 every time we start writing checks. So, and we do that twice this month. Now, we will get a bunch of money in come over the next week or so. We start getting our taxes in, but that is a piece of that pie too. So I'm going to open it up here a little bit, and this is really, I want to hear some ideas to figure out, because I don't think it's the best thing for us to just come in and say, we're just going to cut,
Sure.
And I think we need to get along, we need to figure out how to do it and move forward from there. Daniel, you got anything?
Well, I would agree with the cash reserve. I think we put that in there just because we do want to build that up. We knew that it might be an area that we might need to cut back on. So I would agree that would be a place to start. to recoup some of that we want to cut down. I think it would be, at least a conversation that we should have as to, you know, last year we did 1.2 million from inheritance to supplement the budget. I don't foresee us doing that again, but maybe it's something where we do a smaller transfer into to build up our cash reserve that way, rather than asking for it through taxes. So I think that's a conversation that definitely could be had. Yeah, I mean, I think you've touched on everything that we've went through. There's a few places where we can talk about, you know, whether or not we need to do that. One of those places being the reappraisal. That one we did increase from the prior years. I know that there are some projects that it would be beneficial to have that fund built up, whether or not, you know, maybe this isn't the year to make that big of a jump in that fund.
Did the board have an opportunity, or does the board have any questions of the information that was put in front of them? Was you able to open everything up? Was you able to see the line after line after line after line of numbers?
I have a copy for you, Jeff.
Just a philosophical perspective, I don't support using a fund like the inheritance fund or ARPA to balance a fund that's ongoing. So I wouldn't support saying, okay, we're gonna use ARPA dollars and put, or inheritance dollars to do salaries. It's like taking my savings account to pay for my house payment. Pretty soon my savings account's empty and I don't have any money then to pay for the commitment that I've made. So one-time expenditures like motor graders and stuff, I think those are appropriate. But to put it into salaries or something, a fund that's gonna just keep eating away at you, I don't think we can do that. I've watched entities do that and then get into big trouble real fast. So.
Is there any questions of the board in the material that is out there for you to look at? Is there understood what we're looking at? Is there anything that we can help or because we have as Jill got back to us, we got the preliminary budget. Line by line, we got the fund comparison, you know, to last year and that. So and as far as what the board can do, when the board's looking at an elected official fund, all we really can look at and pinpoint and pick on, so to speak, is the bottom. The end number. I mean, we can't go after line after line after line. Now, we do set the deputies' salaries regardless, but that's all we can really pick on. Obviously, the department head funds are a little bit different. We have more authority over those. But so those, as we look at it, which we do look at it line by line, but really the only line that we have the authority to say over is the bottom line. And we need to leave them, I believe the state says that we need to leave them money capable to do their job.
we can't, budget them out of existence or something?
Yeah,
I can't
it's,
remember exactly how it's worded. I know that there's, some departments have, asked for additional staff. I don't know, looking at our budget, unless, I guess there'd have to be a pretty good, case presented for the need of additional staff, to justify bringing more staff on board, looking at what we're facing. If there's a case to be made, I think we could hear that case, but just because we want more bodies, I don't know that is a reason to expand staff.
how about from the department heads or elected officials? Do we have any comment out there as we move forward?
Good morning.
Morning.
Kurt Volgren, York County Assessor. This is the second budget I've worked on. I worked on the one last year, not knowing I was going to, but I did. Submitted my budget this year. Budget committee came and visited with me. Looked at it, the other officials said, hey, can you get it down to here? I went and I did what you asked me to do with that one. I went from my submitted budget, original budget of $322,600 to $300,000. Where I found the lion's share of that was in the personnel services. And this is that's where I'm leading off here now. The health accident line, so the health insurance, I had budgeted $45,000. My actual for the previous year was 16. The actual for the year before that was 25. I think with everyone's budget, the insurance is such a great unknown because we do this budget process now. It gets, finalized September-ish. And then our open enrollment insurance information comes in December?
Well, the new rate will start January 1. So
1.
basically, we know half of the year for sure, and the other half is.
Right. So when we're preparing this, we don't know what we're looking at.
You do not.
When talking to some of my counterparts in the assessor world, and I talk to them often because I'm still learning what I'm doing, so I gotta lean on them a lot. And so I just ask them, hey, what's your budget look like? How do you figure out what to do with your health insurance? And they're like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, in your personnel services, you have your salary, you have your retirement, your FICA, your health insurance. And I think of the 6 I've talked to, 5 said that they don't have that come out of their budget, their assessor budget. That comes out of a whole nother function in the general fund. And I think maybe that's something maybe we should look at. Because when we're talking about, if I pared this down from 45,000 to 26,400, if I have a staff change and all of a sudden they want their full family on there, that's just gonna bust my budget right there. Whereas if that was in a different function under the general fund, granted, you're shifting it from one place to another, I understand that, but you're not gonna have that busting individual budgets. And then I think you probably could maybe I don't want to say control it, but have a better idea of what the county is paying overall in insurance providing. But I think you kind of do anyways based on what was posted on the website. So that would be my main reflection is there any way we could I don't have a problem with the salaries being in those, in our individual budgets. And I've not talked to anybody else around here about this. Just you guys, I've mentioned it to you. But I think we would need to look at moving the FICA, the retirement, and the health maybe into a personnel function under the general fund and take it out of there accordingly. That way it's not, come February when you have a new employee that's putting, full family on there. It doesn't even have to be a new employee.
Right,
Our current employee could have a status change in their life and, spouse loses a job or changes the job and they have crappy insurance, and so they want to get on the county's insurance. That's a little less crappy, so. But anyways, just my reflection.
And to that point, if it was its own, you can, right now, every office has to plan for a contingency.
Right.
Whereas, county-wide, there might be 5% of, that would change, that you could plan for in that fund, and that wouldn't be affecting everybody, because your office might have a change, but everybody has to plan for a change, and then everybody else's office doesn't have a change, and so, I think that's a valid thing to think about for sure.
Right. Like if removing the FICA, the retirement, and the health insurance out of my budget would have removed $65,000 out of my budget. Now, you put that over into another function, it's still there, but maybe it can come down because maybe the health insurance, maybe I over budgeted for that, so.
I think that on the health insurance side of things, obviously it just makes budget easier for each individual budget. The retirement FICA, and that's tied to the employee, so I would think that would need to stay with I would think it should stay with their wages. Because it's tied to that. But the health insurance, I get where you're coming from. It would just it would make the budgeting for the health insurance, we'd be under the same thing.
Right.
As you are. Where are you sitting, do you think, because we'd want to go around and ask each office, do you think anything's going to change? I know you don't know for sure, but do you think anything's going to change? And so, it's a legitimate ask, and I think we could look at something like that, but I'm thinking, like I say, as I'm looking at yours, Kurt, the retirement contribution and the FICA, those are directly tied to the employee you have.
Right, because those, you figure out what your wages are gonna be, then you find those percentages, whatever they are, 6 point something, 7 point something, whatever they are.
Those should be more solid. The health is undoubtedly, and it has been, and I think that, at least my thinking in the past has been, the individual department head or the elected official has as good a grasp on their employees as, knowing what they're gonna do or what insurance they're gonna take. That's why it's left there. Now, it could get pulled, but it obviously don't change the bottom dollar.
No.
It's still gonna be a weight on the taxpayer regardless.
Right. Yeah, in the end, the taxpayer still has to pay that, but I think it can be maybe applied better, because I don't know, I just throw that number out there because that's what was there before and that's what I just put in there.
Yep.
So, but everything else, operating supplies, because when you said go from 326 down to 3, well, that's almost all my operating. Cut 20-some thousand out, that's my operating budget right there. So I had to find it from somewhere. And whereas, if we were to go to where the health accident is just somewhere else, everything else is just what it is. I didn't over exaggerate on the rest of that. And I don't know that anyone else really did either. So,
and I think where we looked at things, and Daniel, myself, and Megan and Kelly sat in on it, but undoubtedly Daniel and myself were the drivers of this. We just didn't look at what was budgeted the year prior. We looked at what was spent the year prior.
Actually spent, right.
And of course, the budgets were, it appeared the budgets were looked at just what was budgeted and then added upon that. Whereas if you had 15, 20, or 25% left of your budget from the year before, that's where we said, okay, I think there's a place there where we can save and try to figure out where that's at.
Which there was in the assessor's budget last year, quite a bit left.
Yes.
But it was because of that health accident was,
Sure.
driver on
Inflated.
that. Right.
That most everything?
For now.
Yeah, and might have more.
Thank you.
Not a problem. So as we buzz down through here, I guess what we could go over is, because I don't see a whole lot jumping up, I'm gonna go with the numbers of the funds. 601, which is the commissioners, we left, and actually we lowered from last year's limit just a little bit. 602, we left that as at the rate
Same
last
rate.
year. And you can find that on the fund, 100 fund comparison sheet that we have in there. And the county treasurer, 603, we asked, I'm sorry, I'm getting caught up here. County treasurer, 603, yeah, we asked that to be held at 332. And 604, we asked it to be held at 70. 605, as Kurt stated, we asked to be held at 300.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you're just going through what we suggested?
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
suggested,
very good. All right, carry on.
606.
One of those sheets.
It was emailed out,
But what's in my email?
You may give him a copy.
Yeah.
I don't have the, individual fund. Oh, but yeah, here, this one, he can look at this one. So, he's going through here, the 601, 602, so on. All right, carry on.
Okay, so we're up to 606, which is county superintendent, and 607, which is elections. We left them at the same level they are. 608, yeah, obviously we moved planning and zoning out of what used to be the county attorneys. And so you see that was reflected by the increase there of the wage and everything for that. 610 in data processing. Like I say, the data processing has continued to grow with the contracts and wants and needs of the computers that have, over the years, have been pulled out of their individual budgets. So that is in front of you. 621 is Sherilyn's. We asked that to be at 340. And I believe then she did turn in another one yesterday too. 622 county attorney. We asked that to be left at last year's level at 275. And that is Allison up county, not a county attorney, county court, I'm sorry.
All right.
625 public defender, we asked that one to be down to 295. I think he got it down to 298, so he came close. 631 is child support for Sherilyn in the district court. We asked that one to be at 78. 641, go ahead, did you have something? If I get going too fast.
That's all right. I'm not sure if we got that one in or not. Go ahead, made a note.
Okay, 641, we asked Cal to lower that one down and to 350, and he got to 344. Extension, we left alone. Sheriff, 651, we left. 652, county attorney, we asked to be at 505, and we came close, right in there. 660, drug testing, which is, I think, 5,500, we left that one alone. Child support, 662, we asked that one to be at 70. 671, we left. 702, we left. 733, where's that one highlighted down here? Noxious weed, we left.
There might be a few I don't know that we want to go through those right now, but.
That's just what we asked at the time.
Yep, correct.
835, we asked Lori to get to 270, 970 miscellaneous. Like I say, you see the additional costs that we take on there, and 980, which is the building and grounds, and that one we left. Harvey, which is the 300 fund, we asked to be down to 500. And then, in all fairness to Lori, in the 1300, we asked her to go down. But that was the short staff she had created that shortfall. And she did review and turned in what she felt to be the best she could. So those are what was asked of the budget committee back to the department heads and the elected officials. And so do you want to go through each one of those funds? I'm going to throw it back at you again to see if anybody has any ideas along with those sitting out here.
What have we determined to use our ARPA money for?
ARPA money is down to, where's that fund balance sheet? 1.8. ARPA money last year was to help with capital projects. So, because ARPA is a non-restricted fund, it can't be used as a lit exemption. But lit exemptions can come from restricted funds. So we bought gravel with it last year, and we used restricted funds out of the 300 fund to use for lit exemptions. So we have 1.8, didn't you say? There's too many numbers to
It's
remember.
1.8 or 9.
I think it's
I just-
about 1.8 or 1.9.
I just didn't know if we've all determined what we're gonna use that money.
We have not.
We have
And
not.
it's,
Isn't that something that has to be done by the 2024? Have to be.
By
we're gonna use
2024,
it,
yes.
But we have to spend it by 2026.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if that was something like we did with the gravel last year,
Yes.
something, an idea.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we can use the same scenario, and actually Harvey is looking at capital projects. We don't have any numbers for capital projects yet. The thing about that capital project, we had a perfect year this year. We had a dry year that we could get a couple things done. If we use those as lit exemptions, they have to be done by June 30th. Otherwise, the first thing that happens in the next year is it comes right back on. And then we really have to have some for sure projects that we can use to get done by the 30th, by this budget year, if we're gonna write them off as a lit exemption. So we wanna be conservative, just like with the corrections, that we can use that piece of that pie too. But we know we've already spent a fair amount of money out in the 2-3 months of this new budget. We wanna hone in on that, but we wanna be very conservative so we don't overstate what we think we're gonna pay Platte, Butler, or Hamilton County, the people we have interlocal agreements with. But I think ARPA should be viewed also as the same thing that Woody said. You know, I mean, ARPA's gonna go away by 26, so to tie it into anything else other than one-time type of expenditures or something like that, might not be very nice to future boards.
But for the fact that ARPA money, we have to have it spent by 2026. So the
Yes.
inheritance tax, hopefully we have it forever, which we know it probably won't be.
Right.
At least that ARPA money we know we have, and we have to spend it by a certain date. We have to use it or we have to return it.
Right. Well, yeah, and I personally don't think there's gonna be a huge problem with spending
Right. Well, I just thought it might help.
ARPA funds.
Yeah, well, I just thought maybe it would help out with the.
Yes, I think there's a component of that we can use as a lit exemption, but that lit exemption is another can that we're kicking down the road.
Right.
Because when we run out of that lit exemption, then we're back into that same.
I just see ARPA money different as inherit tax.
right. Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
Well, it's not restricted.
Right.
But it is different. It does have a timestamp on it. Yes.
Right.
Just like, I shouldn't say just like it. We have the LTC,
LATC.
LATCF funds that we have 50,000 sitting there and 50,000 coming. And that was one of the pieces that Daniel and myself talked about was, because it seems like we have a larger need this year for computers. And maybe that would be a good area to use that funds to buy those computers and relieve the data processing fund. It's a little piece of it, but it would get us a little bit of relief this year. Because I think we had roughly 30,000
Yep.
in there for computers.
And then, like, when you say computers, can we use that as for printers also? I mean,
Data processing equipment, yes.
okay.
And I
So you're saying
think
all
that
equipment,
30, right, and I
Okay.
think that 30,000 was included all computers, printers.
Perfect.
Yep. Data is what number? 16.
6, 7.
So, I mean, currently we have 31,500 in there. We had talked about using some of that LATCF money for some of that. So, I mean, I think we want to probably leave some money in data processing equipment. But if we need to, and if we are, if our plan and our goal is to purchase hardware out of that LATCF fund, we could possibly cut a little bit out of the data processing if we wanted to. It's an area to look at. I don't know if it's, like I said, I think we want to keep, I think it would be beneficial to us to keep something budgeted in that line item. But that is an area where we could maybe bring that down just a little.
Kurt?
Back in April, this is the ARPA funds again. Back in April, I had sent you guys, you want me to come up here?
You can, or speak loud enough for everybody to hear.
Back in April, I had sent the board a letter with a project request using ARPA funds. And I know others have come forward requesting the use of ARPA funds within the county without, not in the county organization. Do you guys have a timeline on those requests that were made this year so that we all know? If you say no, just let me know. I don't care, but it'd be nice to have an answer, I think, for me, for everyone that's requested those funds going forward, because I've already kind of budgeted that request into something else. But at least a process for the request has been made for ARPA funds, is it gonna be whatever's adopted in the budget, then we'll know?
Yes. Yeah, I would say that would be a good way of knowing. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I obviously can't remember what your letter stated, but I know it had Eagle View and stuff was in on that.
Right, and I think I ended up, after some conversations, I think I ended up budgeting for that out of the reappraisal sinking fund, so.
And the reappraisal, during our conversations, we were talking about an inter-fund transfer on that one also.
Right.
Not a taxpayer-based supported.
Right, and like from inheritance like we've done in the
Right.
past, yeah, and I have better numbers for you on that, by the way, too.
Okay.
So whenever you want those, let me know.
Okay.
Anyways, just those that rebate, I don't know who all made their ARPA requests. I know some made them publicly, some made them by a letter to you, so I don't know who sent them to you, but I think just for our part, maybe it'd be nice to know who all made them so we have an idea.
Okay.
So, and the public has an idea. But
Thanks
reserve the right to
again.
come back. Is that how you do that, Mr. Attorney?
I don't know if we wanna go down and attack bottom lines at this point.
Well, I would say without hearing anything else, we're gonna start back at the top at 601. And, which is the county board one. Obviously that was last year, final budget was 181,931. We turned in 179,600 on that one. So, and that one's basically the wages and there's a little bit of mileage and different things like that. Do you guys have all the sheets that you need in front of you? Do we need to get something? Can you read what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
We could
I mean,
forward
I've got
these-
mine here. Do you have it
I gave him my copy.
electronically
Yeah.
that you can expand up and see better? You held the papers and looked right up to your eyes there.
I was doing it that.
Okay, thank you for that.
I will forward you all these worksheets. This is what the department heads filled out. So you can bring that up if you wish. Kelly sent it, I think, just to you and
Yeah.
me.
Okay.
Jack, do you get the .com on your email right there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So where would it come on?
Yeah, it should be coming through.
There.
So then if you open up that expenses.
Did you get it, Jack?
It's not open.
So now those are the budget worksheets. So this is 601 up there at the top.
It's just gonna take that. Okay. We can't cherry pick line item, not unelected. Well, if assessor's office was paid mileage to Walton County before, they're not paying mileage, now they're using county. Right. So that should be one area, and I don't even know how much she puts in, under the can look at that here. So, Daniel, you sent it.
I did.
Is this the only email you got? Yeah.
Should come through.
And he doesn't have, you sure this isn't .gov? You have his does he have .gov? No, this is .com.
Yeah, okay. So I'll resend it.
Send it to .gov.
Woody, did you get it?
Yeah, I did, but they're not opening up right now. We're trying to bring them in again.
Okay, that should come through, Jack. Okay.
Is that big enough or do you want bigger? No, I can see it. Is that all right?
Yeah, we can make it bigger.
No, I can see it.
Okay. Good eyesight.
That's a better form. Yeah.
And these are all updated.
That's what I've done with all of Jill's updates.
Okay, all right. So in front of you, we have the 601. You should have the 601 as we go down through it. And yeah, as you'll see, it was budget requested of 179,600. Last year's budget request was 181,931. Actual spent was 178,911. Is why we lowered it just a little bit. Any questions on 601? $602. Budget request was 245,158, same as a year ago. As you see on that worksheet, actual was 221,704 came in over the 22-23 budget year.
So, just as we're going here, Kelly, majority of that would be your anticipated salary increases, correct?
Right.
Okay, any questions? 603. And this is the treasurer. And as you see, that the request is 353, 324. Actual spent last year, 298, 776, from a budget of 347, 450. We had asked for that to be down to 332. I think this is one that there's a want for staffing change on this one. Megan is not in here right now, and she did bring down, I think, a little bit from original, but not down to the level that we had requested. So
Is she anticipating additional staff or just higher
believe
price?
so.
Additional staff.
I believe the thought process is back up to a level it was prior to a year ago.
So we're short a person in that office now compared to a year ago.
Prior to
Maybe
Brand,
a few years ago.
yeah, maybe a couple years ago.
Yeah. I feel there's probably a little bit of room in this one. If I was making a recommendation, I would probably suggest that we take that down to closer to 315-ish. That'd be about a $40,000 cut.
Okay. Any other comments? Hearing none, we'll continue to go down. 604, it's Register of Deeds. That one was $70,252. And that was, a request that was made by us. It was $83,000 the year before, $56,000 sent. This one is Register of Deeds controlled by Kelly.
So the request is less than the last year's request, just a little bit more than what was actually spent.
252. $605, this is Kurt's. And we had asked it to be down to 300,000, which he achieved. Previous budget was 315, spent 234, 811, 35.
So if we spent 234, why do we think we'll spend 300 this year?
Part of that was because we were without a treasurer. We was without an assessor. Ann resigned in September of last year, roughly about this time, and we was without an assessor for a few months there that was not paid out.
And then vice versa, when we appointed it interim, we were without a deputy. So there was...
The wages was much lower than what would have been anticipated if it would be full staff. And that was taken into consideration, obviously, when we asked for the 300,000.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So we're staying at this 300,000?
300.
That's the recommendation, or well, that's where we're at right now anyway.
606, which is county superintendent, that's the spelling bee money, 1,300. Yeah, we obviously left that alone. There was no ask for anything different. 607, election commission, and we left that at the level it was at, 121,894. There is an election that the election commission seems to have to deal with every year, and then the unknown elections, like we're dealing with now, that have to be paid for. Those are refunded, but that fund...
The specials,
the specials are charged out, but they come back into the general as a whole. It doesn't come back into that 607.
Right.
So why not?
Everything's paid out of the 100, so it goes into the 100. You know, I mean, that's where it sets, the revenue base. I mean, I don't know how you would budget for revenue on a special election, because this one came up in, whatever, did it come up in June or July?
Yeah.
And done, so.
So we just pay it out of general and then they reimburse us back to general.
Right.
So it doesn't affect this budget then, or doesn't affect this budget then?
Well, it affects, the money has to come out of my budget, but it doesn't go back into the 607.
It doesn't go into the 607, it goes into the 100, which is what it's paid out of.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have some concerns about that because it is, besides a special election, but it's a presidential election, and it seems to be cost more for presidential than a primary, kind of a non-presidential, but we'll try to make it work.
And I think that the last election that was in the 93 was a
Non-presidential.
non-presidential.
But was that,
It's half of, like my primary comes out of this budget, and then the general will come out of the next budget.
Right.
this 93, that did include the statewide, like, so all the county officials and the
Yes.
statewide officials, which won't be on the next one.
Yeah,
But I
it will
mean,
still-
different,
It's the first,
ball of wax, but
but it's still countywide.
president, sure,
Yes.
still
It's still
costs
like,
more.
city councils, we only do half.
Yeah,
and then
sure,
half.
correct, yeah.
So school boards, half and half, because you don't want to have a whole new board.
Right, yep.
So, during election, so it'll be two commissioners this time. Yeah, and with the postage going up and advertising going up.
Right. Yep.
So that's where we're at right now,
And paying
121.
my, sorry,
Go
interrupted.
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Paying my poll workers, that might,
Yeah, right.
their wage could go up.
And you got right at 30,000 over what you expended the last time.
And how do I know there's not gonna be another special election?
We don't.
Yep.
So this is kind of my iffy, how do I budget for that?
Any other comments? Okay, 608, which is planning and zoning. As you see, we got the 20,000 for those services, and then the other expenses that's put in there. So that one obviously went up from the 1,200, 1,100 it was, but that is out of the county attorneys now. It's sitting on its own, so that's 32,100.
So we've got 100, or we've got 10,000 in there for contractual services that was targeted for, starting a revamp of the, comp plan.
Yes.
What are, once we have a comp plan, what is our requirement to keep that updated? Is it, do we have, every 10 years?
I think it's 10-year
Yeah.
cycle.
Right. And that's not, I mean, you can't push it off to 12 years. And I think it has to be reviewed. I mean, I suppose you could review it and not make any changes, but,
Right.
but if you're, I mean, lots of changes in 10 years. We've seen lots of change in the last 18 months.
And we don't have any cost on it. We've got a name of Marvin, Keith Marvin,
Yep.
from up in David City that, we need to start looking into that.
Right.
That could be a place there too, though, that if we look at that's truly a one-time expenditure,
True, yeah.
that we could look at finding a cut there. If, because every little piece is gonna help.
Yep. And then this, not to add to the budget, but I noticed we don't have retirement or FICA, in this worksheet, and I don't know. I assume that we have to pay that even if we are entering into a contractual, because, the gentleman that is doing it is also a employee of York
Being paid out
County.
of payroll. So,
Right.
yeah.
Versus like somebody that, is truly just a contract worker, we wouldn't be paying that, but I believe that this one, we probably have to pay that. So there, I mean, it won't be huge sums, but we'll probably have to put some.
Figure that one out. Okay. Moving on. 610, data processing.
So that's, the one, we've adjusted for the, all of the operating expenses. I think, I don't know if there's any place there that we can necessarily make any changes. The one place that we might, be able to would be that data processing equipment.
And if we was looking at that, I would say that we leave a minimum of 10 in there.
There might be more. I did receive another from someone that let me know about their contracts, that information would come out of there. I just received that.
Oh, more, that like maintenance agreements or
Right.
something?
And I haven't got that to Jill at this time.
So, I mean, if we wanna just start, I mean, we could take 15,000 out of there and leave it at 15.
I think it was this, if you want to add those two amounts.
$1,500 and so another 2,500 for highway superintendent. Okay, so lowering that one to 15.
And do we, I mean, I guess, is everybody on board with utilizing that LATCF funds, 50,000, we're gonna get another 50,000, that we can use next year.
And that doesn't have a timestamp on it, to my knowledge. It doesn't have any timestamp on that.
Does that sound like a reasonable place to
Do we have it as a backup then to inflate, go back up to 15,000, we're talking about cutting here, so we have
Yeah.
to, if we need it.
Right.
And buying our data equipment, not just computers, but data equipment through that fund until it's depleted out, which would give us a few years of computers, not just one or two.
So actually dropping that 31.5 all the way out and then just using those other funds?
Well, I don't know that we wanna necessarily cut it completely out. I think we need to leave it there, just, I mean, maybe we'll have to if we get down and we've gotta find more places, but I think for starters here, where we're going through making initial suggestions, I would suggest leaving probably about 15 in that
So we
line
take
item.
15 out, leave 16.5, and then we put a star by if we have to do more.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, 621, which clerk of district court, you had some updated numbers. I don't know, did they make it in here?
No, because she read your guys' email and then she went on her own to make changes.
So,
Okay,
Yes.
so we had here 341,070.
And that's in there. That's what the first changes were.
Right.
And then she's made the second changes after reading your email.
And so that we had a turn in then of Okay,
342.
342.
334.
330,
270.
okay, that's right there. 334, 270.
And it could be even more because she still has this at 500. That should be just 7,100.
Okay. So that's about a $7,000 decrease there on that one. And we'll get that one inputted into the system.
So can we get it down to 78?
We can sure ask.
Gonna be 9,000,
Yeah.
almost 10.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is 640. Nothing there. 641, building and grounds. And that one we got down to 344.
Was there,
840, there was another area that we could, the maintenance, part-time maintenance is something that obviously could be removed. Not putting a timestamp on Cal either, but not knowing, his position isn't gonna be something that's gonna be taken over by hiring somebody new. It's gonna be some training. And so that is one area there that we can look at. I'm cutting this one just a little bit more. Other utilities, he's pretty close on those and what the expenditures on those are. Which if that was the case, that would take it down to 338?
right. And, depending on, and this, we might get adjustments, depending on where we end up
Wages.
with wages.
Yes.
When we do that, so there might be some room there. Do we think that, would that be a good place to, I mean, do we wanna take that 6,000 out right now?
Yeah, and I think that would be a good idea, seeing how we're gonna be looking for every avenue. And then, also the health and accident, I mean, that's an increase. I don't know if there'll be that big of an increase. We're probably gonna see an increase, but there could be a little bit of movement there too.
Well, if life insurance was $600, that's just small numbers, but why would it be $600 more than last year? The actual cost is $400, budget is $1,000.
Probably thoughts of that part-time,
Adding another person.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on that one? Ag Extension, unfortunately Tanya was not able to make it here today. I think she was under the weather, but that one we had asked to just leave.
came in a little bit above what the actual was, but not much over what was budgeted last year.
Right, and most of those will be probably personnel, once again, too. $651, Sheriff.
Been waiting patiently to make their case.
They're real quiet.
Well, those are huge numbers.
The only one out of here that I would see is, if we were continuing to look at other things, the 0301, which is the vehicle. I know that they work on a rotation of, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, 3 a year. And so then that goes over a 4-year period, and then the fleet is gone, re-upped. Type of abuse they get, that seems to be a pretty good number in there. That would be the one area that I would target, would be that, possibly doing the same for them as we did for the motor grader. And if we needed something to buy that, this time out of a different fund, which would be inheritance. Everything else is the lion's share of theirs is, as you see in personnel services totals. It just costs. And we are down, as of last week, we are back down 1 again. And so.
And also just for the board is aware, we are, of those 3 vehicles, what's budgeted currently there is 1 vehicle in there, and the other 2 are being purchased out of federal funds. So we are going through and we've already pulled other vehicles out of there. So typically we would need 3 vehicles budgeted, but currently we've been purchasing vehicles out of federal funds. So we've already trimmed it back as far as, essentially as far as we can, but the 1 could be purchased out of other funds if the board so chooses.
Salary wise, and your staff, you're giving raises to continue to stay competitive with other agencies.
Correct. And so just a comparison, like when you're, and obviously we're not there yet, but 670 on wages. We have an institution out here that pays about $3 or $4 more an hour than what we currently pay for our corrections officers. And comparably, amongst the officers, just wages have continued to go up because law enforcement hasn't been seen as a great career lately, and so it's hard to recruit. There's openings in places that I've never seen before, and it's multiple. There are officers that are starting to get paid really, really well in areas that are comparable to York County.
Another one, telephone service. We moved some of that out into data and we accounted for that. And then you were gonna use some of those funds for government issued cell phones for the officers. Is that still your plan?
That would be the plan. Currently, what's happening is if officers are needing to use cell phones, what's happening in some cases, and we've seen it happen really close to here, is that if an officer uses their cell phone on a case, it's then subject to being seized and held as evidence.
Sure.
And so we don't want that could open up a huge can of worms when it comes to, if they use it for photographs, if they use it for calling, for texting, things along those lines. Using a personal phone could make it subject to the evidence rules. And then the question is, what do we do for those officers if their cell phone gets seized for evidence?
Right. Okay.
Josh or Paul, the other one that did catch my attention earlier was the clerical line item. Was a good increase over last year's expenditure. I know that budget-wise, it was 95, 680, 90,000 spent, budgeted at 102. Is that, when you look at what was spent of 90,000 compared to the 102 that's budgeted, is that just raises for the two, or is there something else going on
So I
there?
can go back and look at the numbers directly, but I'm assuming that some of that was raise increases or raises amongst there, so.
Okay.
There could be maybe a very small amount in there that could be wiggle room, I guess.
Okay,
And as you know, and as this board knows, we were extremely tight even all the way up to, I think we were turned back less than, or right around 1% at the end of last year, so. Where there was wiggle room, it got up in other areas for cost increases, fuel and other things.
okay. Anybody see anything else?
Randy, I had a conversation.
Go ahead.
With Sheriff Wimhoff of Platte County, and I guess that's what their board was talking about doing in regards to vehicles, going through inheritance and purchasing some vehicles that way to, help with the budget on that issue there too, so.
I'm sure that any county that has those funds available to them, look at it that way. The main reason I do ours is because we do have a surplus of it. That's one of the knocks at the state capitol on it is when you do see counties with millions of dollars sitting there, then they say, well, what do you need it for? You're not using it anyway. So it does make sense to use it on some items that in my mind fits. Now, my mind and somebody else's might be different on how that fits, but yeah.
Well, that'd be a way for us to cut some more though, if we could go that route too, so.
Any other questions on 652? Sorry, 651. My finger moved to 652. He's patiently waiting too. Okay, 652. Gary's budget. Like say we had asked for 505, it got down to 510, 659,
Mr. Chairman?
61, go ahead.
505 or 509?
I had 505, I'm sorry, did I write something down wrong?
When we had our meeting.
It could have wrote it, okay. You got your scribble notes?
Somewhere.
Okay. What is turned in is 510, 659, 61. There is some work to be done yet. Obviously, we have the salaries. We have to set salaries, obviously for the deputies and stuff like that yet too. And I know we're actual spent last year, 487, 442, 48. The only thing in there, unless I'm remembering wrong, is the 20,000 would have been in there of that 487, 442, 48. So with that 20,000 removed, it'd be 467, 442, 48 would have been actual of what the county attorney's office is.
Correct.
And the county attorney is here if anybody has any questions.
I just want to state that being elected, I am extremely sensitive to how we spend our money. And so I meet with sheriffs frequently about filing decisions, and we spent a lot of time. When I look at $60 a day housing a prisoner outside of the county, we do what we can do to keep the ball rolling. And so if there's 10 prisoners, that's $600 a day. That's $19,800 a month. So I just want to communicate that I'm extremely conscientious of that number. The last couple of months have been unsettling for me, but there have been a lot of people that have been sentenced to time, so they have to be in jail, so we cannot move them out. And then we had a run of fairly significant crimes, but I am conscientious of what we're spending for a prisoner to be housed outside of the county, and I'm also very conscientious of what it costs for insurance when they're housed here. And so I have made specific filing decisions on individuals, you knowing what it's gonna cost insurance-wise, if they're gonna be here or not. And so I just want to communicate that I do take it serious how we spend money, and I try to spend these as little as we possibly can.
Thanks, we appreciate it.
It's probably the elephant in the room, though, when we're dealing with inmates like that, because we fill up and we gotta take them someplace. And we've shopped around with some different departments, trying to get a better deal for housing, but we're kind of, what we're using right now is kind of the best out there. So we've even talked about using our monitors more, but a lot of these people, they're not from around here. And with the severity of the crimes, we can't even use those. So, yeah, to follow what Gary's saying, we do try to, rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak.
The conversation of work release and house arrest has popped up in the last couple of weeks. It's something that we have not utilized since I've been here for about 15 months. And I don't believe the judges here like to utilize it, but we are looking into that alternative, once again, to open up spots so that we are not having to not only pay the $60 a day, but the transportation, the wear and tear on the employees and the vehicles to get them back and forth. And so we're working on it.
And this is prior to us having any deputy salary talks. I want to give some clarity a little bit to the deputy, and then there was some conversation, Gary, this last week, and our HR department is looking into the salary talks of this other deputy, or as you call part-time.
Right.
They were looking into the fact whether one could be salaried and part-time at the same time. Their initial thought was that anybody salaried was full-time. So we'll have to look at that. The other clarity I would like to bring up would be the deputy. And, when we look at the cost and what was budgeted, I want to remind everybody that 128,597, which was actual last year, was a combination of, we set the county attorney deputy wage at $64,699 last year, and then there was 20,000 used for zoning, and then an additional 40 out of child support. That's where that 128,597.97 come up with. So some of these can get a little bit confusing when we're using numbers from different funds to acquire it. So this 115,060, which is recommended in here in the deputy salary, would be solely this fund's responsibility.
Correct.
No other fund, no other zoning or anything like that. So that's just clarification on what's there. Any other questions of the 652? Okay, 658. That's vehicle inspection. 660 drug testing. We left that one at 5,000, or lowered it, I guess, from 55 down to 5,000. That one, by the way, is administered by the sheriff's department, I believe. Then the drug testing one.
Which item was that?
660.
660, yes.
Okay.
Yep. And I think we kept it right, the amount that it was at.
Yeah, we lowered it 500, from
Okay.
55 to 5,000.
Okay.
Okay, 662 county attorney child support, and this one was in at 79,372. Am I reading that right? Yeah, 79,372. And this is one employee up there. And that is one that, now did I write this number down? We had asked for 70.
I think so.
on this one.
Yep.
It came in at 74,905, but once again, that had that other number in it yet too. So, and that one, is mostly all personnel services.
In that one, again, we talked about wages, on the sheriff's side, for that individual. It's a fairly significant increase, just to retain good help, or kind of what's your thoughts and justification there, I guess?
Well, there were 2 people doing that job.
Okay.
So actually, I think compared to when there were 2 people doing that job, I think we're coming down.
Mm-hmm.
And that particular arena, with the child support, the documents need to be filed, it's a separate language. And so it's the nuances that particular employee does are very, very exact, very, very specific, and the court filings, and so they need to be targeted. And so again, to the same issue that Josh mentioned, I need to be very, very competitive, or I'm going to lose them. Sure. And if I was to lose any of my staff, I would have to hire 2 to replace each one, and I'd be going backwards budget-wise, and I'd be going backwards competency-wise and efficiency-wise. And I think we did prepare something to the effect that from county attorneys in the 93 counties in the state, I think we can make an argument that we are the most effective, the most efficient for the amount of crime that we deal with, for the size of our office, and that includes child support too. And so, but to answer your question, yes, is it a nice increase? But that increase is made to be competitive with the competition.
Sure. Okay.
Now, is that one, Gary, that if need be, could that be phased in? Meaning, I'm not sure what is being suggested there. And once again, we're looking at the bottom line. But could that be phased in over a couple years versus over 1 year, bam, here we go? Because when we look at, this is the part we have to look at here. When we look at, it's specific language, but it's still a person entering a building, and can be and is such a discrepancy from floor to floor on wages, and we're still part of one family, we're still part of the county. And there could be the argument thrown out there, well, that isn't fair, because I could do that, you could train me to do it, so could that be something that is where we could phase in, not just one? Because I'd like to say, I'm not sure what we're looking at there, and I'm not sure that I really need to hone in on the one line item, other than the fact that it does increase quite a bit in that one area. When you're looking at it, if that is one employee, that's $1,000 more a month. So that's a significant jump in 1 year's time. So the question would be, could that be phased? Could that be a 2-year phase versus a 1 year being? Do you truly think this is something we're going to lose? And then that leads into another deal. At some point in time, I think we need to do a wage study and try to get things normalized around here, because there's a discrepancy. Right.
To that point, it was brought up by an employee this morning of discrepancies from office to office, and some offices are starting at wages where other veteran employees 7+ years aren't even up to that wage level. And so we definitely have a discrepancy, and it would probably be in our best interest to study that and figure out how we can function better.
Mr. Chairman, is that something our new HR, Zell, would be able to facilitate for us?
I think so. I think we've kept them pretty busy, with all the stored questions we had, but undoubtedly, I think that's something, you know, it's nothing we're gonna get done before this budget year is done, but it's definitely something to work for next year's.
I visited with other assessors, and I know one in particular a county where they do have that kind of, what do you want to call it, pay grades and everything. It's kind of across the board. It's just, probably would be a good idea. We've been talking about it for 10 years. Probably about time we act on it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we can
Yes,
have
sir.
that conversation, yes.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? 671, county jail. Oh, boy.
More big numbers.
Yep. It is not cheap to catch them, to prosecute them, or to hold them.
And then the medical, throw the medical.
Oh, yeah. We need somebody to take Bill's place on that. Bill used to get pretty excited about the medical. Nobody stepped up and took that drum. But it's just one of those things, you're banging your head against the wall, we got no choice. I know that working with these guys, what's being done is the best that can be done. I mean, we just are in a spot. There's really not a lot we can do about it.
And we're just into regular medical, we're not into trans and all that other kind of junk that's been thrown off in society.
So we've got the Board of Prisoners, and in reality, I don't wanna see budgets go up, but I don't know, did you look at that number a little bit more for me, Josh? I know that.
Well, and I think we shot it low initially because I was looking at the last 6 months of this year, but since then, our housing out has gone right back. As the county attorney said, but we used to be able to look down that list and go, this person, maybe we could work on a bond for this person, or maybe we could work on a bond for this person. Well, we've got a lot of sentenced, and we've got a lot of people, when you're talking about violent crimes and you're talking about crimes that, there's a lot of crimes there that's where there's just not room to really work on a bond, and we don't set the bonds anyway.
Right.
So we don't have a whole lot of choice as to who gets held in the facility, as far as, and what their bonds are set at if we're going to continue to prosecute them. So, I mean, it is a big cost.
And, there's a couple of them in there that, like I say, I don't want to see them go up, and hopefully in the 100 fund, if the case may be like it was this year, we have budget authority somewhere else to transfer into it, but when you look at medical prisoner and board prisoners line items, it's a good possibility that there's not enough in there.
And yeah, like we thought part of it is it's very difficult to know.
Right.
Like, we can't go through and predict with a level of certainty on a lot of things we can. When we set wages, we run the numbers. When we set, a lot of the different figures, but a majority of what happened, including last year, we knew that it was in trouble, and so we stopped spending in a lot of areas. As far as even cutting, a lot of things out of the corrections side, and that makes it really tough on staff as well, because you're talking about cutting, how can we do without office supplies or without other things in order to make it work, and we still ended up coming up with a shortfall last year.
And then the other issue is we don't know if we do have an increase in the population. I mean, we've had years where we've had a lot of inmates in jail, but we didn't have inmates that were sick or had health issues. But then again, you can get a whole bunch of inmates in there and they've all got heart problems or, whatever medical issue, and then that increases that budget too,
So this one, it would scare me to lower it any lower than it is.
Right.
Because I have a feeling if the trends continue, we're gonna end up transferring to this fund.
We've been attacking wages and salary. This one again, I mean, it's big numbers, big number jump again. It is not a horrible jump over what was budgeted, but it is up over actual. Were we down a little bit in staff at some point in the jail last year?
So we did have a period of time where we had a staff opening, to where we were running without for a period of time in there. And yeah, so that does make the numbers look, and honestly, that helped the budget last year, so we probably would have gone over even more had had that not happened. But then you're talking about going through and running, you know, a facility that's understaffed, and that's not a healthy thing to do.
Correct. Very good.
Okay, any other questions, comments? County Surveyor 702. The slight increase is due to the wage setting that was done over the 4-year period. $733, noxious weed. Wages obviously have to be set yet. We haven't done that for any department heads or anything like that, so that will play into this one.
The, Mitch, the weed control, so last year we budgeted 16,000. We did come in over that at 27. So you've plugged in 24.8 there. Have you seen, last year chemicals were fairly high. Have you seen a little bit of a decrease? I know in some areas we're seeing just a slight decrease, not as much as anybody wants, but have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, I think some of the cheaper chemicals have gone down, but for me to honestly kill these weeds, I've got to start using better chemicals because they're coming resistant
to
the ones I've been using. So if you want to look for cheaper chemicals, you could probably save some money, but not going to do you much good. Because you're going to be using twice as much or find something that's better. So overall, probably no, there isn't any kind of a decrease in chemicals.
Okay. The other one, machinery, fuel, and equipment. We budgeted 5,000 and we came in right at 5,000. We went up to 6,500. Thoughts on if we can leave that at 5,000? I mean, it's not a big decrease, but
I don't know, if gas goes up, it's gonna cost up, but I don't know, depends on my year, how much spraying I do and all that, so it's kind of hard to judge what I'm gonna be using on that, so I kind of up it just a little bit to cover for where I might get more spraying or not.
Sure.
Or the price of gas.
Other equipment, the last couple years, 2 years ago we spent $1,000. Last year we spent $200. We've got 3,000 budgeted there. Do you have plans for that 3,000? Or is that just kind of if something breaks down and we have to fix on it, or?
Yeah, I just spent $2,000 getting my CBD joints working on that truck, so that was an unexpected cost. I didn't expect to happen, so. Again, it depends on what happens with that pickup.
Okay.
So 733, we had at one time marked it as leave. Like I say, I know we have to work on the wages a little bit. I think the health is, I believe the health is probably not accurate, I believe, because last year was 97, and I think there's been an addition to that one, correct? To the health insurance line item. Last year you had an expenditure of 97, and you had it at 9,800 this year, but there has been an addition to that.
Well, I just put my, wife on there.
So there'd be an additional cost to that line item too. So we probably need to figure that line item a little more accurately, along with, like, say, well, we have to set wages yet too. So, we'll be working on 733 a little bit too, tweaking it, so to speak. Any other questions? 733. 803, Veteran Service. We had asked for a reduction on this one to 142, and there was no reduction made, so this is one that we'll be looking at to do. Once again, we have to set wages and that, so we'll have to look at this one for that possible reduction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree that once we work on wages, I think this one might adjust. The other area that just caught my eye was lodging. We haven't utilized, so there's $1,200 in lodging budgeted. 2 years ago was about 200, last year was about 200.
Right.
There might be just I mean, it's not big numbers, but it is numbers. And then the veterans aid costs, there's 2,000 in there. Is that for our transfer to the?
No, because we do that out of the other.
Right, that's
So,
what I thought.
no,
So
there's that's enough, and I think that's what we originally come up with, the lower number.
Yep.
Because of that, so there'll be some adjustments, I believe, on that one too.
And grave markers, well, I guess 2 years ago they spent 3,400.
Right, and again, that's one that's hard to know. It could be zero, it could be high.
Only spent $33 last year.
Right, yep.
So what do they do with grave markers for these ones that aren't? Why are we doing it?
You know, he does use state funds for a lot of those veteran services, things like funerals.
Sure.
It goes to the state because they got millions of dollars in their coffer. He doesn't use his county fund.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Very good.
Grid markers are zero because they're all back ordered right now. So, there's bills coming.
There's bills coming, all right.
There's
That
coming.
explains it.
They're back ordered. It's
Okay.
just a company that we have is, that's why it went zero. I begged and pleaded to get a bill for last year's budget, but couldn't get it. So you approved one this today for, I think, around 1687 or something. So if that explains that.
Yeah, thank you.
The lodging thing, we've been lucky on. We've had close, like Lincoln.
Sure.
I'm not staying in Lincoln, I'll drive home.
Right. Yep.
So that's, our training's been lucky.
Okay.
And hopefully this year, but
Right,
that
we
came out.
know. Okay, very good.
Nick, while you're here, the 2850, you have that 2,000 in there as veteran aid cost. What is that 2,000 for?
That goes to the Veterans Aid Fund.
So that we actually transfer out of, so we've never budgeted out of here, so we won't have it in here then.
That's where we've always put that 2,000.
It's, I mean, in the rear, when we look at our actual budgets back there, it's 000, so I think
If you put it in zeros, then that takes care of your, I mean, that's an easy cut if that's.
Right, yeah, because I think we put in at a different.
Seems like we put it somewhere.
It might be an interfund transfer or something like that, but
Yeah, something, it's one of those transfers.
but that's all that was scheduled for.
Yeah.
Okay,
You can put it at zero and I'll just adjust mine.
yeah, we'll be,
That's
like I say,
easy
we'll be
too.
working on this one.
Anything else?
Good for now, until we start talking about wages, I guess.
835, handy bus. 280, 306. And that is, go ahead.
I believe we had talked with Lori, we had suggested maybe 270, is that what
Right,
we'd had?
right. Looking at the
there was-
actual expenses, taking into account that, that was a depleted staff up there, and we are full staff now, right?
We are full staff now in the handy bus. Yeah, there was another part of it besides staff position being open there was my position went from being 20% to 50%. And I had figured that on the whole year at 50%, but it wasn't implemented right away, so that's why that wasn't spent. This year it will be implemented the whole time. So, and then both of the other operating expenses, supplies and materials, we exceeded last year's budgeted expense.
Okay, so we got 28306. Any questions?
You're right on that veterans aid. It's from the general to the veterans aid. That's where that transfer is, that $2,000.
This is one of those situations where they pay money and it goes to the general fund, does go back to this. It doesn't go back into this.
The revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, the revenue, it's, Jill, obviously, it helps with our budget has been listening. And it is to identify the receipts and expenditures and keep them separate is why it lands in there. The premise is keep your receipts and disbursements segregated. Okay, any other questions? $970 miscellaneous general. This is where a lot of stuff gets thrown into, as you see, for instance, on line item 604 is the deductible that the county that pays. We have our Blue Knight security, I believe, probation cost is in here. There's just a myriad of different things in this one. The one that would probably grab your attention is 4420. That's Region 5 Systems. That was put in. It looks like a huge increase, but unfortunately last year there was a mistake on data entry there, and we had it way low at 4,500. It should have been 45,000. So that's the exchange on that one, and a good share of increase there. As you see, we have our audit cost and budget preparation cost in on miscellaneous 2. And
Will that
then
come down a couple thousand based on what contracts we were signing today or going to be signing? Because we were 9,500 for the one budget prep, and then the other coming down, so a couple thousand there.
Yeah, the 18,000 and the audit costs will be right on, except for there could be an increase there with either the single point audit and or the compliance paperwork that we have to do. So yeah, we'll have to hone in on those just a little bit better, those 2 line items. And then we do have, in this one here, we do have the line item miscellaneous. This is for all the unexpected things that come up throughout the year. And obviously there's a little padding in there, but this is usually where if we need to do a interfund budget transfer to cover budgets that we're not sure about, this is where we go and attack typically.
Let's see, what was it in here? Oh, I was just gonna make a comment, because this is where the majority of insurance comes from. Did we go through, or do we need to make a note of verifying all the NERMA increases did get put into?
I did send that information to Jill.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Because that'll affect people's budgets, like
Yep.
the sheriff's budget too.
Yes.
And then, of course, this is where the interfund transfers will also run through for the road, the veterans aid, that you see the 2,000 there. The interfund transfer to 911, call center and stuff like that will all run through the miscellaneous account also.
Contractual services jumped from nothing to 54,000. What's that?
Correct. So correct me if I'm wrong, but there's two things in that line item, one being, Zell HR
Okay.
that we contracted with, and then, Melanie Wilkinson, I believe is the two things that we put in that line item.
I know Zell is the 22,500. Miscellaneous, 22,500.
Yes,
Okay, that, I didn't know that.
or maybe,
Okay. Which line item are we on there?
Which line item? 40, were you looking at?
so that,
2,500.
yeah,
That's Zell.
970, so that is just Zell. The 54.
Did we budget for our website too?
In,
In
data processing.
And data.
Yep. And kudos to him, he came in underneath, his,
Okay, any other questions on 970? And obviously, there's some numbers to come in there yet, like I say, with the interfund transfers, once we get that locked in. 980 is another one, building ground repairs, it's not used a lot. Its main attack comes at the end of the year, if in a budget authority, but there is money there in case we do have repairs that show up. And so that one we left, it looks lower because we take the budget authority away from it, but we left it at the level it was at previously. Any questions? David was able to make it back. Is there any questions of David while he's here? And that would have been 625. Or any comments that you'd like to make, David, while you're here?
Just that I believe I was able to meet the reduction requested, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
the one thing that we were talking about is the deputy salary.
Yes.
So that was put in at 45. That raised the question of meeting the 65% requirement of your salary. I believe the reason you put that in there is that you were not planning, you currently don't have a deputy, and you were holding off to hiring one till end of this year, first of next year, or whatever.
It is not a reflection of the amount to be paid, but rather the amount of time that person would be receiving a salary during the budget year.
Yep, perfect, thanks.
And actually, I should tell you too, that I am authorized, as I understand it, to pay $65,000 a year. My plan is to offer 60 to start with, and then, when conditions allow it, and assuming that performance merits it, we'll increase it to 65.
Okay, and we will probably, we'll have to have the number, which I believe you've turned in already. Have you not turned in a requested number? We'll turn in that requested number and work on those when we set wages.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
which will affect this. Because we'll want to put the accurate amount, I would think, in the budget.
Depends on what you mean by the accurate amount. I mean, the
This-
accurate amount authorized is one thing, how much will be paid is, accurately is another. And,
Right.
my assumption is that what would be paid is the number that is important for budget purposes.
Right, so I guess, the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, if we authorize 65 or 60, let's say 65, but we only put 45 in the budget, you would have the authorization to hire somebody tomorrow at 65, but then you would go over the budget.
Yes.
And so, I guess it's however we want to look at it.
Yeah, my understanding is the budget is what you anticipate spending in the budget year.
Sure.
And the number that's in there currently reflects that accurately. it does not reflect what I am authorized to pay on an annual basis.
Right, sure.
And then it's gonna reflect, I mean, but if we don't put it in at the level that you could pay, then when it.
Next year?
This next year, then, you know, if you look at this as a 1, 2, 3, 4 year deal, then it's gonna show a big increase, you know, over the next year. So to me, making it more of a pure, this is actually what it could be. Now, if you come in at a budget, that's a great thing, obviously. But that could be, so that will be more of a conversation, obviously, once we set that wage is what we would like to see. And once again, working with an elected official, we're looking at that bottom line item of $298,440. So. Okay. Any other questions of David while he's sitting here? You got court again this afternoon?
No, I'm free for the rest of the day,
Okay.
so.
What the pace we're going, we might be here yet. Okay, so I think we got through the 100 then, which, you know, gets us down to 300 and Harvey. And we talked about his just a little bit this morning, obviously, with the purchase of the motor grader. Come on now.
So top of the line, wages always jump out at us.
Yes.
So that will be, I mean, that will adjust as we set wages. We do have the recommendations from Harvey. I assume the numbers that are in this budget reflect what you have recommended to us.
Absolutely, minus the 125,000 that you guys requested I take out of there.
Right. Cause yeah, we came in, it was a 1.15, was it? And then we requested, the 5.15, and we requested that you come in at 5.
Right.
Somewhere around there, and we got, to the 5.011. The, pickups, there's a $70,000, budget in here for, pickups. What, replacing, adding, what's the?
Updating,
Okay.
yes, replacing one of the old ones that's in the deal with something more reliable.
Yep.
The newest vehicle we have out there is the 2014 with over 100,000 miles. Everything else is older and higher.
Harv, on the maintenance full-time and or the construction, regular time.
Yes.
When we are looking at that and we have looked at a continual, staffing issue, you
Yes.
are at the numbers of what right now? How many do you have? Not you, not Greg, not Ashley and Mary, right? I mean, just what do we have out there? Is it 20-something?
Well, I never counted it that way.
Okay.
So.
What's it overall?
How many are you
Well,
short?
we are basically 3 short at this point in time.
Okay,
And 2 of those positions are filled with part-time guys.
okay.
So that's where we are.
Are they part-time or seasonal? Would we call them seasonal?
Seasonal part-time.
Okay.
Because one works during the summer to haul gravel. And
Okay.
puts in basically 15 hours a week.
Okay. So like I say, it seems to be years that we haven't achieved that full staff. Is it realistic to continue to, because we obviously still seem to get some things done. You know, it's not like we're not getting anything done. And when we budget that type of money, you know, we're asking people to pay for it. Is that still a realistic number that we're reaching for?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Because like I say, we're right at 100 on that one and 40, so about 140,000, which I know isn't very many employees. You know, when we're 40,000 employee, 40 to 50,000, I suppose, an employee. So that's the one that caught my eye, and just how realistic we are on. It just always seems like we're behind.
Oh.
Or I don't know if we're behind. Whether we think we are or what, but.
We can't compete with wages that they can get elsewhere.
Right.
Because one of the last ones that left, he made between $11,000 and $14,000 more to trade jobs between insurance, what he got paid more, the sign-on bonus, all this stuff. So it paid him to leave the county to go elsewhere. And if we can't retain our employees, we're behind 8 ball. We're going to continue to go behind 8 ball. And then who's going to take care of the roads?
And when we're looking at the type of wages that we were obviously wanting to put into this budget with that 367 or just right at $1 million, is that the trend we've been on over the last couple of years, the next wage increase? I mean, because it seemed like we went up $1 and then we followed it up with a little bit more. Are we right in there? Because
Yes. Basically, we are with where you guys set your elected official and salaries. That is the baseline I use for the raises to go to our employees. Because if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And how can the employees make the elected official look good if we're gonna pay them 30 cents and give everybody else $1.20? So you've got to take care of your employees.
So you used a percentage on that then?
I
or?
used the wages that you set for them elected officials, which is $2,500 paid every year for 4 years, which is basically $1.20 an hour.
Okay.
That is the basis I went with. If you perform more, I gave you a little bit more. If you perform less, I gave you a little less.
So you tied it in with a
Basically,
review?
there is, yes. This is incentive to do more than just what I'm hired to do.
Okay. Any other questions for Harv on that one? I know the pickup was one that I had talked to. I know fuel is the same way as housing prisoners. Where do you go? Gravel could be one that we are looking at in lieu of on the lid side of things. And that will be conversations that we have come forward.
The miscellaneous contracts, I had highlighted that one. We don't like to go up in our budgets, but last year it was fairly high. 2 years ago it was down around where we're budgeted. Do we know what made that one so high last year?
What made that so high
that
last year, that is what
our
we was
lid?
paying for a lot of the rock to come out.
Okay, yeah, so that was a lot of those.
Any other questions? $705 highway bridge buyback. We're just gonna keep powering through if that's all right with
Let's
everybody.
push through.
What's that?
Let's push through.
Yeah, there we go.
Actually, Dan, the miscellaneous contracts were the box culverts, not the trucking of gravel. It was the
Okay.
box culverts that made that up there.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
Highway bridge buyback, is that where we're at?
Yep, 638, 297. Any questions of Harv? This is one of his too.
How, I'm just more of a curious, how do we come up with that one? What drives that budget?
This is the money that we get from the state instead of having to go through all the federal
Okay.
regulations. They take care of 10% of this money, I think is what it was. that they keep to take care of the federal regulations. Therefore, we do not have to follow all the regulations that would be if we was doing it through a federal aid project.
Okay.
So then we can use this money for maintaining our pavements, striping and buying the chip seal material, the crack sealing material, the work on bridges that we can do can come out of there that way.
Cool, thanks.
And that you know what's coming into that.
Yes.
I mean,
And
it's
I
just-
have to send a verification of what we spent last year out of there and what projects it went to and what is anticipated. Well, they send me the figures of what we are going to get in March that they will put into the account. And yes, so we keep a running total since that started back in 2014.
Okay. Any other questions of Harb? Okay, Fund 666, this one is zero. There was nothing talked to as far as the board was concerned, but there was, and Gary, I'll give you a minute if you want to talk about this briefly. There was, Tristan had turned in numbers for this along with the juvenile one, which is 676 coming up. You know, obviously, Daniel and myself kind of left it alone right now because that would have been an expansion of more, and obviously we're looking at places to cut. So Gary, if you want to talk to this right now, you sure can. Like I say, we left it at zero just because, you know, this is an addition. This would have been additional employees and stuff like that, so.
If I were sitting in your shoes, I would think, well, this is something that we can not do with. And quite frankly, I wish I will try to get all of the numbers a little bit more concrete of, I think, what we could do. And so I know with speaking with Commissioner Ziegler and Commissioner Sykes, I believe it was a month ago, when we looked at what the salary was for probation 5, and I think it was $500,000. And so actually with an adult diversion officer, we would be able to divert those people, those individuals out of the system, out of the court system. And so the number of people that would be, the ones that usually haven't been in too much trouble are the ones that are getting probation. And so there would be an opportunity to perhaps save on that particular avenue. I believe there would also be a cost savings opportunity as far as court-appointed counsel is concerned. And also the amount of cases that would be going to the public defender would also have an opportunity to be minimized with a public defender. I wish I had those numbers concrete. And the other reality, I think, is what the salary that we suggested is the diversion program, the adult diversion actually, it costs to come in. So there's actually, there would be an offset to the employee as far as the amount of money that we're able to bring in. So the number that showed up on that initial presentation, I think is somewhat, how do I use the word, a misnomer? But that would be as if nobody signed up. And I don't think that's the situation. I think we're in a situation where realistically on the misdemeanor end, we'd be looking at 80 to 120 we'd be able to bring in, and on the felony end, probably between 20 to 30 on an annual basis. We'd be able to get into that particular program, which again is diverting them out of the criminal justice system.
And I would just like to speak on the program kind of as a whole. Just the trend with the law enforcement and this side of things with the justice program. There is starting to be more of an uptick in restorative practices and trying to find preventative and intervention ways to really grab people before they start getting involved in the justice system and getting to court and stuff like that. And so right now we have the juvenile diversion program and our attendance monitoring program, and we've seen a huge uptick in cases this last year. We went from serving around 19 kids to serving around 120. And so the main, parts of that is Gary and how our office is just working conducively with each other. And so the adult diversion side of things will, in a sense, mirror some of the things that we're doing with juvenile diversion. They'll come in, might have to pay some of a program fee that will also be some revenue coming towards us. And in a sense, we see it as a way to alleviate from these other departments, and we might not see the results right away, but eventually it's kind of a buy-in to these families that need that to help, strengthening how they can kind of relieve parenting skills, stuff like that, and eventually see hopefully an improvement and all sorts of stuff.
Can you speak to the fact that I know that this board has approved, obviously you, has approved Brennan, which works with you, and those are grants that we have. This board has also said, that if the grants go away, then it's a possibility you and Brennan go away with the grants. Is there grants for adult diversion?
Yes, I've been talking to, because most other counties in Nebraska, they run both the adult and the juvenile diversion programs, and I am going down a couple avenues. I've kind of come across a federal grant that I don't know exactly where it fits in. I think mostly kind of on the salary side of things. I don't know if it's operating expenses and stuff like that, but it should be similar to the other grants that we get. And then I'm talking with OJP, which runs most of the other the grants that we get for the juvenile diversion side of things, to see what else is there. So, yeah.
And when we talked just a little bit during the budget process, we were talking about not only just a juvenile or an adult diversion officer, but then there was the want for administrative staff then on top of that too. So then all of a sudden, our courthouse, which is already too small, just got even smaller. So then we got to try to find office space or whatever, I would assume, for that, because they would be housed here, not necessarily anywhere else, right?
Yeah, that problem does kind of arise with that. And right now, the York Public Schools is generous enough to give Brennan an office, and I don't see that changing ever. And especially because that's the truancy side of things, it's just super beneficial for him to be able to be there and be connected with the students. And so office space will kind of have to be a conversation and just seeing what we can do. And with the kind of administrative part of it, it just is part of that. How can we be effective as much as possible? And I know Gary kind of brought up previously how seriously we take finding the exact amounts and stuff like that. And I know on the probation side of things, we can easily be saving tens of thousands by diverting some of these adults and seeing what we can do to pull in that difference and hopefully get to as close of a self-sustaining program as possible, because it is an extra service, and I think a kind of vital puzzle piece that we might have been missing for a while.
Can I correlate that what you do is juvenile, back to juvenile, and then as we went through the county court side of things, that public defender cost is almost all juvenile representation, and that has exploded and went up. So is it fair for me to say, okay, I'm looking at this, and we have this program in hope of diverting, and it doesn't when you look at those numbers, we're not. We're either that or we just have a huge problem around here. Is it fair for us to say that yes, if we add this, things are going to go down, because we don't know if they will go down, right?
I would believe so, and that goes along the lines of we might not see it tomorrow, but with if we're doing the job effectively, running the program by giving these parents the educational, needs and classes that we could kind of come up with, working alongside some of the other organizations in the community, I see it as, in the future, reducing, the juvenile cases that are removals or, the long-term ones that the attorneys are just having to work through how to get them back into a functioning structure is what I've seen is the main cost of all the court-appointed attorney fees and stuff.
So this gets back to the fact that, okay, there was a budget. We had not put it in because this board had not talked about that type of expansion yet. So I'm throwing it to the board. Obviously in a couple of weeks' time, we can throw it back in here. But I'm guessing that when we look at the 676 budget of 156, it seemed to me that those numbers were not compared, but close. They were 130, 140, something like that in there. So is this something the board wants to entertain? Is it something that we want to see more stuff over the next year before we drop it into a budget?
Right, so from my perspective, I think you're making a case for why we might need it. I would like to, before I would just say, okay, let's hire some people and put it in here, I think we do need to see some numbers. And, I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of us, if there's some federal money that can help supplement that, I think that helps make the case. So, I guess today, I'm not ready to put the numbers in, but if you bring us that information, I think we look at it anyway. I'm not saying that we're gonna jump on it this year, but I think if you can build that case and bring it to us, I think we're open to at least listening.
And when you say, are you talking about the revenue numbers that because this is a pay-to-play type deal?
Right.
So you would want to see those revenue numbers also.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I would think too, the adult diversion, long-term, it would affect a decrease in the jail population too, which, that would save us a lot of money too. I just don't know how you figure out what kind of savings you have on that, but I think it would help.
I think right now we would, the thing that as Daniel touched on is gonna be numbers, possible revenue coming in, where would it be? The overall 5-10 year effect down the road. I don't know if we can really lock into what that would be, but, and obviously 666 was a fund in here, so it's prior to me. You're a little bit more than me. Do you remember an adult diversion? But it was in here, so anyhow, if we could get those, I think what you're asking,
right?
Get some more solid numbers.
I think,
and so, that would really be up to us right now, for our juvenile program, for our 3-month program, we do $100 fee. Our 6-month program is $150. 9-month is $200, and then $250 for our year-long program. And so we could mirror that. We could change it up. I know Lancaster is up in the 200 to 300, kind of further even their low level. So
that's where these are adults, and so we'd be higher.
Right. So like those adult fees, would that go to the general fund? Would that be something that can be supplemented or not?
No, this would be revenue into because this is separate out of the general.
Oh.
These are individual separate funds now. Okay. So they have a net fund balance. They would be something that would have to be funded more than likely, like with his grant comes in, but through if there was no grant, it would have to be an interfund transfer into it, unless it truly did produce enough revenue to run itself. So no, it wouldn't be total separate from the 100. Any other questions or comments on the 666 fund? We'll move into the 676.
And just quick.
Go ahead, Chris.
On the number side of things, we were talking about what you guys really would want to see, revenue, expenditure side. Is there, I mean, the sheriff brought up like the program fees. Would you want specifics about like what we take away from probation or what?
I don't know. I like the thought that it will reduce over here, but I don't know that we can, without seeing what it's actually doing, like, I don't know that we can, anyway, in my mind, I don't know that I can say, okay, yes, I'm gonna dive into a $200,000 expenditure without, you know, and say, I'm gonna reduce this one by 50 and I'm gonna reduce this one by 50. And so then that makes this 150. Someday I hope that's right and that's true, but I think, I don't know in my mind that you gotta think about that eventually it's gonna lower these costs. But I'm afraid it's not an immediate lower. And so, I mean, if you have those and you want to say this is what we think, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it'll help, but that to me is secondary to seeing how much, you know, how much this is actually going to cost. If you can come in and say, hey, I've got a $100,000 grant and the fees from it are going to be, you know, we're going to bring in revenue of 50,000. But the whole project is gonna cost 175, then we have to look and justify, okay, are we gonna be willing to put in the 25,000? And so I think for me, that's the kind of the numbers that I would be looking for. Does that kind of follow what you would wanna see?
Yep. I mean, I don't know that you can hang your hat on the savings until the savings have happened. You know, then you can hang your hat there and say, well, this is how we've reduced, or this is how we reduced. So work on those concrete numbers.
But anytime we can keep kids or adults out of the population, that's gonna teach them how to be better crooks, we're gonna come out ahead. So, you know, rather than building proficiency in their negligent behavior, let's find a way that we can build up the positives. So yeah, there's gonna be a return, but it might be 5 years out to get your numbers up the top.
Okay, any other questions? Next one is 676. This is, once again, Tristan and Brennan. This is the one that does have the grant funding for that. This used to be used to ask the county to give so much. They do not anymore, but we've continued at the rate that they've asked us. And I think on this one, we gave 6,500 roughly, our numbers in, and I would assume we'll be in that range there too, whatever that takes. It seemed like the revenue numbers were off a little bit, and I think Jill had to put in 12 or 13,000 to get it to zero out. You know, as far as that was concerned. And in the past, we did, like, say, the 6,500. So we'll look at those revenue numbers and make sure everything's right. Because you were, on this one, you were bringing in revenue on this one, or projected revenue on this one now too.
Right.
And on the 776, right? 676, I'm sorry. Have we been through enough numbers yet today? All right. Any questions of Tristan on this one right now?
I was just gonna comment that there was some discrepancies and we had to increase that, so we wanna make sure that we look at that.
Right. Where were we at? 676. 62, child support agreement, that's 0. Visitors promotion. These are funds, promotion and improvement. Obviously, there's a funds that carry the net fund balance, and we go off of projected income for the year. On both of them, they get both the same amount. the 2% that goes in there, each one. And so that's how they're zeroed out to revenue in, revenue out, expenditures out. So on that one there, on both of them there. And I think they were projected to take about 180,000 in income this year. Next one up is 643, or it's 1100, the function 643, sorry. This is where we did put that interfund transfer in there for 95,000. This is what we were looking at on Kurt had presented on the Eagle View and other expenditures that possibly come into appraising. I won't say more regular, but that was gonna change a little bit as far as you were concerned, Kurt.
Yeah. The Eagle View, I have an updated number. That letter I sent you on June 2nd, I guess I just sent it to the budget committee. I don't know if everyone got a copy of that or not. I can certainly share that with you all. For the Eagle View, I had listed in there 28,162 and 44 cents. The agreement that I just received here last week, that amount was actually $25,312.12. So there's an update on that one. And then the commercial reappraisal estimate, I had 64 a year for 5 years. In talking with the company, it would be more around $59,000 for 6 years because they wouldn't be able to get out here until 2029, I believe, to redo that. So that would give us a little time to build that up at a lower price or lower amount each year. So those are the two updated numbers I wanted to give you.
And we were talking on this particular, the 95 at first, we were still talking about this being an interfund transfer out of the 2,700, not out of the 100 like others came out of. So it was actually, we were talking about bringing it out of inheritance to pay the cost of this.
Right.
Weren't we talking Eagle View wouldn't be available to the public, just be in your office?
It would be in my office, and if you guys would be willing, also let law enforcement and dispatch have access to that as well. I think it would be a handy tool for
Not
them.
Woody Ziegler Citizen 22.
No, not Woody Ziegler.
Yeah, I think as we talked with the assessor about this, that there could be some entities, within our courthouse family that could utilize it, but general public, no. No.
And I just surveyed other assessors, and most of them just use it in-house. The public doesn't have access to it as well, so we'll see what that's worth. But yeah, those are my two updated numbers that I told you about earlier for that.
Any other questions for the 1100? Thank you, Kurt.
You betcha, thank you.
I didn't write this down. Did you write this down?
I can send it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1150 rod and preservation, 45,000. You want to speak to that at all?
Well, that's just carryover, and then I collect about 10,000 a year.
So, any questions? 1200 employment, Employment Security Act. And once again, that's just a net fund balance that we carried over that had in the fund. So we just plug it in there and spend it out.
Not that one.
Did I skip one?
The Employment Security Act is the unemployment, I believe, is it not?
1200.
Or am I wrong?
Employment security is 1200. It says right there in the top corner.
Yeah. And is that's the one that if we would have to pay unemployment, so we need to budget for it in the office.
And we haven't.
We haven't, right.
Right. And that was just the net fund
Okay,
balance.
all right, I got it. Okay.
Of 35. Most of these will be that.
Okay, all right. Moving on.
Okay, 1275 insurance reserve, 0. 1300 area on aging. This was another one, obviously, that as me and Daniel first looked at it, we looked at revenue spent last year, felt there was an area I had not consulted with Lori and this is one that was, down an employee, which we're up to snuff on.
Down more than one employee.
Okay, and we're up to grade now,
We have
so,
one starting tomorrow.
Okay.
Our second employee.
so that one is the
And I
240.
actually submitted a budget that was 1.5% lower than what it was last year. Most of that savings was in insurance.
And the 245, 128 is good yet as far as you're concerned, right?
As far as I know.
Okay. Any questions of Lori while she's here? It sounds like you should probably, so you're all plugged up.
I've got a sinus infection.
Oh, boy. Okay, moving on then, thank you. Code 1500, County Relief Medical. Basically, we just net fund balance that once again. There hasn't been known to me why we haven't had anything, but we have it, and that's a good thing. That is Dina Bushnell that takes care of that one for us. State institutions, and this is out of 1700, that's 36,000. $1,900, this is the veteran aid cost. This is the one where we would have the 2,000 go into. And as I think it was stated before, a lot of time Nick uses other avenues prior to this one, why this one doesn't get much use. 2,200 is Busy Wheel Handy Bus. That was 12,544. Obviously that was, I believe, the net fund balance on that fund also. And there was only a $5,000 expenditure out of there. Lori, any comment on that one at all? Nope. Any questions, guys? Okay, moving on. 2320, opioid recovery. We continue to get funds in there. Those funds are very specific how they can be spent. We still haven't, I mean, I reached out to the hospital. I know Josh was working on something, so those will continue to grow until they get spent. 2355, the STOP program. I think we just net fund balance that one as what was coming into it. 2360, drug law enforcement. Is that Gary? Is that yours, Gary? No, is that?
What is it now?
2360, drug law enforcement.
How much money is in it?
Requested 101.
That's my fund. I believe that's my fund.
Yeah, I think it is too.
That's I think
that's that combo, isn't it? Where
well, I call it the pot fund. That's the restitution money from the larger marijuana stops on interstate. I think that's gonna go up to 149 come up into the fiscal year.
But the people that are in charge of spending that money is a group of people, right?
There's 5 of us, correct. Sheriff, Chief, White PD, Henderson, Police Department, State Patrol, and myself.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Okay, on to 2390, drug court fund. That's obviously one that is ran by probation, and there was a net fund balance on that one. plus they felt like there was gonna be a revenue of 3,900 into that one. And that is, for better use of words, pay to play. They pay to be into that process. And we had an expenditure out of there today. 2410, this is the federal forfeiture money. 2410, 2412 is the sheriff, 2411, 2413 is the county attorneys. These are just net fund balance, and all they can expend is what was there at the very first of the budget year, even if money comes in throughout the year, and then we take care of that at the next one. So the sheriff has 135, and I believe you mentioned a couple cars coming out of there, which should deplete them at the $55,000, deplete that fund. Not deplete it, but take it down quite a ways. 2411 has got the 11,883, but then we've just transferred some out of it today, so it's a little less than that is what's there. Okay, COVID rescue money, 2580, we got that at 1.949 million. Obviously, the plans for that are going to come into play as we see this budget work out. 2585, that is that LATCF money. That's what me and Daniel talked a little bit about, buying our data processing equipment out of there this year. We have the second tranche of that coming in. We didn't budget that this year. We just budgeted the 50 that we had, and then there will be another 50 come in this year that we will budget up next year. Okay, Homeland Security, 0, 2600, 2601, debt services, that is tax dollars that are outstanding over the last couple of years, and that's just gonna slowly go down to 0. 2605 Community Development Block Grant. That's where we had our own occupied rehab, and that's where the grant for the Four Corners is going to be in there also. So the one will be getting done, and the other one will just be getting rolling. Okay, 2700. These are the requests out of that 2700 for CASA, Blue Valley Hope, Blue Valley Behavioral Health, Adopt-A-Pet, and the ambulance are those listed right there. Those are up to our discretion. And we also have the one issue, not an issue, but currently with Hope, we were brought to our attention that there's a memorandum of understanding that Seward is asking them to sign for services in lieu of funds. I had forwarded that to the county attorney's office, and they were looking at that. But then the question was, maybe not with the other ones here, but with, Adopt-A-Pet, I know we statutorily have to do some stuff with certain ones, but do we need to have memorandum of understanding with other ones too? So, but we put those numbers in as were requested. As you can see, CASA stayed at the level it was, and they unfortunately missed out on a grant, and then that grant has went away now because you missed out on it last year. So that's the level they're wanting for us to maintain. Those are up for discussion. We also provide CASA a room and board room.
That one hurts, I think. It's just a very unfortunate situation that, and I don't know, doesn't seem like there's a remedy in missing a grant, and then now all of a sudden, because of that, behind the 8 ball. We had agreed to help cover some of that grant money for a couple years, but now it looks like we're they're wanting us to be stuck with it for ever. So it's kind of a, that one hurts. I think they do good work. And so it's hard to know what to do there.
This might not have anything to do with their budget, but when they first started, when York Community Development Corporation started, how many employees did they have?
Going down to the YCDC.
Yeah.
Well, they've got 4 right now. They had, I think the one might be a part-time. So when I came on the board, they were 3 full-time employees. But I don't know, like, when they first started, if they just had a director. More than likely, they probably just had a director, maybe an admin.
Yeah, I would say.
Just curious.
Yep.
I mean, the $82,000 is still there, but they just added another one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another employee.
Yep.
As far as on page, would be 78. Leave for right now. This would be Casa Blue Valley, Hope, Blue Valley Adopt, and ambulance, City of Henderson ambulance.
And I think these are places we definitely could discuss. If we lower these, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, we definitely can, because then that's less money that we're expending out. However, this money here is not, if we lower these numbers, it does not change our tax asking numbers.
This is inheritance.
Right.
Okay, next one up is library. They increased their asking from 17,500 to 20,000. And then the next one up is the York Community YCDC, 82,000. They remained at that level. We do have a number for Southeast Nebraska District that didn't make it in here, but it was less than the 10.
It might, we're working off of these worksheets, so it might not be. I mean, she may have included it in the budget numbers, but.
It was like 7,400.
Yeah.
74. So did we didn't pay because this one was 10 last year.
Right.
And
Yeah,
they
must have went down. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, it's in my other folder, of course.
Yes. 7,400.
Right.
Okay. I heard 74,000.
Oh.
No.
Having a bit of a panic attack there for a minute.
Now I regress this a little bit with the City of York Library. They did turn in a request also for whatever it was, Maker's
Place.
Maker's Place, there we go. And I guess we kicked that out ourselves. That was 150,000 that was gonna take place in the bottom of the auditorium, and we didn't. I mean, personally, I don't think we'll have any problems getting rid of our ARPA money with ourselves. So we'll get that number there. Okay, so then on to inheritance. So we go down through there. As you see on the next page, whatever page we're on here, page 81, those are the transfers out. Any other questions?
The other capital outlay there for 350 is the motor grader.
Right. And you can see it was up from 313,490 last year.
I know. I was hoping it'd come in just slightly less.
Yeah.
I didn't get my,
And you can obviously see the 1.25 that we did expend last year also. 2910, this is a fund that we share with the city on our call center. And so that is the budget. It was in at 11295. And the main thing on that is personnel, and obviously we will be talking about wages, in the next week.
There was a comment on the discrepancy in different departments and wages. Every department is different, but yet we are all one family, and so employees chat with each other, or at least they look up what their peers are making, and so it causes some disheartening when you see that you've been around for some time and somebody that just got hired yesterday is making the same or more than you are.
When you call somebody a clerk or secretary or whatever you want to call them, each one of those jobs has different job duties, responsibilities, etc. The city used to go, and I don't know what the city does now, but they have a clerk 1, a clerk 2.
Right. Yep.
They separated them out, and that's how they justified the different salaries.
Sure.
Because it's going by job duties, not just the name of the position.
Yep.
So I might keep that in mind if we ever decide to do something in that aspect.
Yep.
Yeah, but like in my office, each one of my clerks do a different job. So there's no clerk 1, clerk 2.
Then you have to have 3 different salaries in there.
Right.
If that's what you wanted to do.
I have 3
Have
different.
cross-trained to do different jobs. It's the only way to really do it.
Okay, 2913, this is money that we get in from the Public Service Commission on wireless. And then 2913 correlates with 2914 because the 2914 is the holding fund, and this is the fund that with the Next Generation 911, these will go away. There'll be a different funding model once we're on Next Gen 911, which should take place towards the end of the year. And then this fund here, we will deplete it out to zero, and that showed back in the 2910 fund. 2915 is emergency manager fund that we share with Seward and Gary's office, and he did have a salary in there.
Must have got taken out.
Did we remove that?
The 10200.
That was on her corrections for me to do.
So that one had that one. Otherwise, we share that with Seward. 2940 was our old building fund for the communications center. 2960, nothing. 3700 is our bond payment.
So that gets transferred back into inheritance, and then we also have the interest payment.
Yes,
for the year.
and there was a little bit of talk on that one, whether we wanted to, because the money comes in on that one, whether we wanted to approve 2 of them this year, one to go back into the inheritance, and then at that end June meeting, if we was to approve it, then she could pay it whenever versus that specific date in there that she could pay at any time after that end meeting. She could expend it before the budget year. So that is something that we talked briefly about. Like I say, that's money that is coming in, so we could expend it out in that sense. It would make it a little bit easier. It's not impossible the way that it was done before, so. 4601, That's the projects themselves, which they will be almost done with those here directly. And 5400, nothing. And 5502, the ambulance, that's the money that is paid. It's taxed to the entity, it's levied to the entities that do not have that service in this county. So it's a small piece, and then it's figured in, the value is figured in different than our overall 3.4 or 3.5 billion dollar fund. So that's that ambulance is paid to the city of York. Don't really have much of a say on that one. 59070, and that is it. We are all the way through. We made it, but I didn't hear a ton of cuts. I've got a list of stuff that's written down here. And we're just gonna have to work off of this, and we're gonna have to figure it out. And that will be over the next 2 weeks. Like I say, the 22nd, we really need to come up with some hard numbers to know where we're at on everything.
Yep.
So this product that we just hashed out, we get an updated copy of that, so we can play some more. You know, if we take the wages and say, okay, everybody gets 3%, can we throw that in there and say, okay, now where are we with this whole business?
Right, we have deputies' wages that we have recommendations in for. We have other wages that we have recommendations in for. We ourselves, for instance, I've done an evaluation on Cal, Leela, Gary Peterson, and darn it. No, I don't do Mitch. No, I don't do Lori either. Bob. So I have those recommendations written down. We need to do one on Mitch. We need to do one on Lori. We need to do one on Nick, and those should reflect a recommendation of wage for the department head. Also on the department heads, Zell has brought to us that some of our department heads are salary and some aren't, and it may be good to have everything the same. We used to think they had to have so many people underneath them. That's not the case. Being a department head is one click enough to make them that way. So the recommendation from Zell is go one way or the other. They would recommend, for instance, Lori's used to be salary. We switched her when the Obama thing was changing the minimum standard of it, and we switched. And so they would recommend that the ones that are not on salary, which for us is Cal, Lori, Bob, because Leela, Harvey, and Mitch. Yeah, Mitch would be on it then too. Mitch would turn to salary then too. They would recommend them go to salary, and so set that wage. So we'll have those numbers to plug in, and I would say that those reviews should be done. Those evaluations should be done. So we have a recommendation from the people that does the evaluation what the wage is, and then all the other wages on top of it. And the elected officials' wages are already set, just like ours are already set, but the department heads, we have to do yet. And so, questions on that?
We did Harvey's.
You did Harvey's.
This morning.
But we didn't set his wage.
We haven't set a recommendation of the wage, but we went over a review with him.
Okay, and so we'll have Lori's to do, have Nick's to do, and have Mitch's to do. And if you're not comfortable doing them by yourselves, I think we can line them up. How often is Maddie here?
Every other Thursday.
So she was here last Thursday.
Not at board meeting, so she'll be here next Thursday.
Okay, so Maddie she was willing to set in and go through that also too, with Zell. So, anything else regarding this?
Lots, but just not right now, I guess.
Okay. Yeah,
So where's the bottom line total for this?
nothing?
Oh, we don't have,
Nothing, I'm
there's
sorry.
no bottom line.
I would-
We haven't, yeah.
Well,
You're talking about meetings, right?
I'm talking about whatever.
Oh.
We're gonna close out of here and we're gonna go home. We're gonna table.
Do we
We're
need
gonna
to
table
postpone all that
action
stuff?
on those there and committee reports. I don't know that anybody's listening to us right now.
We haven't went over, we did this a long time ago. We talked about what would be the possibility of having a regional jail, regional county jail amongst the counties around us. Because of how much we're spending on putting people in other jails. What did Gary say? It was
110 or
110,000 a year?
Well, oh,
Gary?
yeah, I don't remember, sorry, I was going elsewhere.
individual days.
Yeah.
It's
$19,000.
$60 a day
Right.
per person.
Right.
And if we have 10 persons or whatever, times 30 days, times a year, that's a very, very large number. And I know building a jail is not cheap, the
Right.
state's finding that out right now. But you would also then turn not all money outgoing, but you would have some incoming because all these other jails are doing the same thing we are. As a matter of fact, I heard that the state was trying to get some of the better built counties taking state prisoners.
And then you have more staff and more,
Well, yeah,
all
there's
that.
more,
Yeah,
but you can also hire outside companies to run it, to build it, and they're working for the county. There's other things.
Do we have to take action on, I mean, like,
well,
yeah,
budget wise, are we done?
Yeah.
Okay, Woody asked a question, where's the final number? The final numbers were, last year we were, without anything we've done today, we were close to $1 million over asking of last year. And that's in the 100 fund alone. If you look at those sheets that Jill sent out, it's tabulated all right there with the percentages and everything different. So that's there. Lid wise, the action of this board, you know, obviously last month, limits our lid to that 2.5%.
Right.
That is roughly 900,000, but we didn't have our lid exemptions in there yet. So we have, you know, that number, to contend with yet too. I will tell you that I did reach out to the state just as for information, and that number, if this board chose, could be changed. Meaning, we can go back and revisit that if this board wants to. If this board wants to, yes.
Do 0.5% or?
1%.
no, it just to
2.5 to 3.5. We have up until budget setting time, to do that. If we was gonna entertain that, I would wanna put it back on next meeting's agenda. But that would be, you know, I would want some insight. I don't wanna put it back on there again if it's just gonna get voted down.
Right.
So that is a possibility, though. I did, like I say, I reached out to the state auditor on that one, and I'd already looked up the state statute. It just says we have to set it with the majority, 75% majority. So that's out there as a piece to this pie too. You know, it's obvious that we didn't come anywhere close to any of those numbers to cutting. Not even close.
What, so like the, I guess the only one would be that, if we did the 70,000 with the pickup, out of the roads fund. So we fund the roads fund from the general miscellaneous, correct?
Yes.
So if we move.
The interfund transfer.
Right.
Yes.
So if we move that 70,000 to inheritance, does that cut
Yes.
that general number?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, so,
Yes. And his fund is already lower because in June, he had 400,000 come in from a FEMA event that was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So he has a nice net cash fund balance forward, and if you look at his, it's already gonna be lower. Yes, what we put in there,
yeah,
yes.
okay.
But that's because of that FEMA money. Everything else
So,
is expenses.
Right, so if we did the 250 and the treasurer 40 and data 15 and district court already did 68, and if we asked them 9,000 on the child support and 6,000 on the building and 55,000 on the sheriff's car and 2,000 on the veterans and 70 on the pickup, that's 453,800. The reappraisal, that was transferred out of inheritance, so if we change that number, it don't affect that, so. So there's probably a little bit in wages, in a few places, not every place probably, but probably a few of them might be a little lower.
That's me. It's dying. I did bring the cord today, but it's dying. I'm gonna shut down anyway. Okay, I guess, guys, if you look through these numbers and you come up with anything, let me or Daniel know. You know, we have to come up with something. Okay, we'll take action now on the three things.
Yep.
Discuss and act on setting wages, discuss and act on setting wages for county employees, and discuss and act on setting wages for department heads. Let's postpone these till the 22nd meeting.
I would move that we postpone action on wages till the 22nd meeting.
Second.
Thank you, thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Brooks.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Ziegler.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes. Yes, and once
That's gonna
again,
be for all three of them?
yes, please, all wages. Once again, I'm not worried about committee reports today. I will tell you though, it's kind of funny, I had a former Fillmore County Commissioner in my office yesterday, and he said, you guys get out at noon? I said, oh, usually before noon. Well, we didn't do it today. He said they used to start at 9, and he golfed at 5. Sometimes he didn't make golf.
Wow.
And that was a normal meeting.
Wow.
So I think there was maybe a little bit of hate, discontent, everything else down there. So, it is what it is. Okay.
We still need everybody to sign inventory, which is probably gonna take, inventory, it's gonna take a little bit, so.
That can be done by
next Tuesday.
Thank you. By next Tuesday. So if you have time to do it now and you want to sit down and do it, not everybody has to stay here. Sign
You gotta
inventory
sign.
sheets.
Oh, yeah.
12 pages.
You're adjourned.